Good morning, Council.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Turn the podium over to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Commissioner. The witness today is Dr. Ludimir Uzarovsky. I've asked the court reporter to affirm or swear in Dr. Uzarovsky.
So, sir, do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Uzarovsky.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. Registrar, can we go to Golder 396 at image 9? Dr. Uzarovsky, I just want to look at your CV from 2006, and this is a CV that was attached to a July 28, 2006 Golder proposal respecting services to be rendered during the Red Hill paving, and just to locate the date there. I'm just going to go through a few things in your CV before we get going. And you're a professional engineer, of course?
Yes, I am.
And you're licensed to practice in Ontario?
At that time, only in Ontario, yes.
Okay. Now elsewhere as well?
Yes, in Alberta and Saskatchewan.
And you obtained your Master's of Science from Gdansk Technical University in Poland in 1974, and then the University of Nottingham in 1994, is that right?
Yes, yes, it's right.
And that was in highway engineering, is that right?
Highway and airports in Poland and highway engineering in England, in the United Kingdom.
Okay. And at the time of this CV in 2006, you were completing a doctorate in civil engineering, specializing in pavement engineering. Is that right?
Yes, yes, I did.
And you completed it in 2006?
Yes, I did in 2006, yes.
And could you just briefly describe what pavement engineering entailed for your doctorate?
Pavement engineering, the subject of my dissertation was related to pavement materials, particularly permanent deformation of asphalt, and I also did finite element analysis to analyze the performance of asphalt pavement under heavy loading. But generally, the subject also covered other aspects of pavement engineering.
All right. And from 2003 to the present, you've been at Golder?
Yes, yes, correct.
And in 2006, your title was Senior Pavement and Materials Engineer. And I understand at some point along the way since then, that has changed to Principal Pavements and Materials Engineering. Is that right?
No, principal. I became the principal, but I was and I still am Senior Pavement and Materials Engineer at Golder. Okay.
And before Golder, you were at John Emery Geotechnical Engineering Limited, known as JAGL, from 1994 to 2003, I believe?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And can you briefly describe your experience with SMA pavements at JAGL and Golder prior to your involvement in the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
So starting with Golder, there was some limited SMA experience when I was with Golder. I used SMA in my PhD research, and I think I evaluated SMA on one of the projects when I was Golder. But when I was with John Emery Geotechnical, I was involved at a few projects where SMA technology was used, SMA asphalt mix was used. So there were a few projects with SMA.
All right, and so by the time you're into the early mid 2000s, SMA wasn't a new technology to Canada at that time. It had been around for some period of time.
I think in Canada it was introduced in 1992, and there were numerous projects where SMA was incorporated.
Okay. And what about experience with friction testing, methods of testing, interpretation of results? Is that something that you had experience with at the time of your CV here in mid 2006?
Oh, that was when I was with John and Mary Geotechnical.
Yes.
We did a number of, the company did a number of friction testing on some projects. That time, Jagel had the British pendulum tester, BPT. So we used BPT for friction testing. There were mainly some municipal projects where we tested friction.
All right, so it's British. So your experience was in relation to British pendulum testing, not other sorts that we have heard about and we'll hear about, like the locked wheel tester, grip tester, scrim, that sort of thing.
No, that time we used Jagel had only British pendulum testers, so we use only British pendulum tester.
Okay, and were you familiar with other types of friction testers at the time, even though you had not been involved in actual testing?
I had some, I'm a pavement and materials engineer, so I had some general knowledge, but not practical experience.
Okay, and did you have an understanding again at that time that different testing devices, testing at different speeds, at different temperatures, perhaps other variables, can affect the test results and return different coefficients of friction? Is that something you had an appreciation with, again, at that time, up to, say, 2006, 2007?
At the time, I was not particularly involved in this. I was involved at a number of airport projects. So at airports, they use different friction testing methods. But I didn't go into details that time.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you had a perhaps some awareness of that, or no awareness of what I just described?
I probably had some
a limited amount.
Or limited, yes.
Okay. Okay, if we could go to overview document 3, image 14. And registrar, I'll be on overview document 3 until I say otherwise. I'll try to say 3 each time, but I'm not going to be moving to another overview document until, in all likelihood, until much later in the examination. So if I refer to the overview document, it's overview document 3 right now. In paragraph 21, it's a reference to a paper that you co-authored for the CTAA, the Canadian Technical Asphalt Association, with Mr. Vince Aurelio of the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association for the CTAA conference in Montreal in November 2004. And it's titled Perpetual Asphalt Pavements. And there's a introductory paragraph which is cited there in the overview document. And as I understand, the paper explained the concept of perpetual pavements, including examples of practical applications in Ontario, and included references to using SMA or other asphalt mixes as the surface course of a perpetual pavement. And you recall this paper?
Oh yeah, I remember that paper well.
Okay. And am I correct that the purpose of the paper is about describing perpetual pavements, its advantages, and essentially about extending the life of asphalt pavements through the perpetual pavement structure? Is that fair?
Yes, yeah. Generally, it was the bottom-up design. Yes, to extend the life of asphalt pavement. Yes.
And if you could just actually first permanent pavement and perpetual pavement, those are just interchangeable terms, as I understand. Is that right? We sometimes see different people referring to it.
Yeah, it's sometimes called like long-lasting pavement, but generally the most common name is perpetual pavement.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if I happen to say permanent rather than perpetual, you'll understand what I mean?
Yeah, yes, of course I will.
Great, thank you. And so if you could just briefly describe what is a permanent or perpetual pavement about? We heard a bit about it yesterday, but if you could just describe it about bottom up.
Okay, so maybe if I can compare the difference. So conventional asphalt pavement is typically designed to last 20 years. So in about year 20 or somewhere around that time, major rehabilitation is required. Why? Because in regular pavement, it's assumed that cracking will start at the bottom of asphalt and will propagate upwards. Okay, and also relatively high stress will be transferred to subgrade and the pavement will rot. Now, perpetual pavement idea is just to address it. So it's called a bottom-up pavement design. So the idea is first, the pavement has to be thick enough. So the strain, because in asphalt pavement, we assume the strains control the performance of the pavement. So the strain transfer to subgrade will be low enough so there won't be permanent deformation or rutting. And at the same time, the strain at the bottom of asphalt will be low enough that the pavement will not, the cracking will not start at the bottom. It may, there will always be some cracking starting at the top, and we call it top-down cracking, but we can eliminate the starting cracking at the bottom and this bottom-up cracking. And also, in order to make this pavement design more effective, at the bottom, at the very first layer, we design so-called RBM or ridge bottom mix. It's a special mix that has very high fatigue cracking endurance. So that's the general idea. So the only thing, of course, nothing is perfect. So over time, only periodical resurfacing at the top will be required, but the rest should stay in good structural condition. So,
and if I just jump in for 1 second, when you talk about a major reconstruction, you're talking about the reconstruction of the entire pavement structure as opposed to the milling and replacement of the surface layer.
Yes, like something similar. We call it major rehabilitation.
Yep.
We try to avoid reconstruction at any cost because it will be very expensive. So, but we call it major rehabilitation. So, like, you know, all asphalt layers, they would require very significant work. As opposite to what you mentioned, that in perpetual pavement, we only periodically can resurface the very top, and it can be done very quickly. So get in, get out quickly, and stay out. So it can be done even like overnight, just resurfacing only.
Of the top layer.
Of the top layer, yes.
Right. Okay. And so as I understand, again, you still may have cracking along the top, but the purpose is to eliminate or reduce the cracking, which originates at the bottom and works its way up to the upper layers.
Yes. So the entire asphalt structure should be okay. Only you have to anticipate that you will have some top-down cracking at the very top, right, but the rest should remain in good structural condition or intact.
Okay, and of course, all asphalt pavement structures have a surface course, and as set out in paragraph 21 of the overview document, here SMA is one of the options for the surface course. It doesn't have to be SMA. It could be a super paved mix or other surface mix, but that's one of the options, correct?
Yes, it has to be a good quality asphalt mix that offers good resistance to rutting and good resistance to cracking. So it has to be good quality super paved mix or SMA mix. SMA mix is probably considered most frequently because of its excellent resistance to rutting and excellent fatigue endurance.
And whichever the surface course is, as you described, is it intended with a perpetual pavement that the surface course will be able to go somewhat longer without the resurfacing, without the surface layer being replaced than in a conventional pavement structure? Is that part of the benefit, or at least the intended benefit?
It can be a part of benefit, but everything depends on the traffic loading. And so traffic loading in terms of number of vehicles, like number of trucks, because personal vehicles basically have no impact on structural condition of the pavement, but the trucks impact the structural condition, in particular if there is any overloading in terms of individual loads exceed the limit.
Right, so the amount of traffic will impact the length of time that the surface layer lasts, but what I'm asking is, assuming the same traffic loads, is part of the purpose of a perpetual pavement, part of it, to increase the length of time that the surface layer will last before it needs to be replaced, or no?
Yes, generally you can anticipate, somewhat better performance, yes.
Okay. Now I want to move to your first meeting with Mr. Gary Moore of the City of Hamilton respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And if we could use image 14 and also add image 15 from the OD. And we know that you met with Mr. Moore on January 11th, 2005. Could you describe how that meeting arose and who initiated it?
I
think it was 2005, so it was 70 years ago. So I would have to rely on my notes, but I'm positive that it was initiated by Mr. Moore. By the City of Hamilton, because as we discussed, he was interested in he was very interested in our presentation, in that paper that we presented with Mr. Aurelio, and he was interested in using the perpetual pavement structure on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And I don't know if you want to more into more details why.
Yeah, if you recall, we'll look at your notes, but if you recall right now what he was interested in, please do.
Because mainly, the Red Hill Valley Parkway cut across the heart of the city, just in the middle of the city. So his concern was one thing, if he had to do major rehabilitation, what could he do with the traffic? Because he anticipated pretty heavy traffic on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and suddenly, if the city had to close the highway for a longer period of time, then they couldn't, send the traffic to residential roads because that would be a disaster. So they would have to probably build a detour that would be expensive. So he wanted to avoid this. At the same time, he said, okay, if he can reduce the number of cycles, of rehabilitation cycles, so and if he can they can limit it to resurfacing, so come at night, resurface and go, so you don't have to divert this traffic into this very busy or into residential street. It would be impossible suddenly to send this high number of vehicles to residential roads. So that would be a disaster. So probably the only option would be to build a detour, but it would be very expensive.
To build a detour. So the point being, reduce the number of or extend the life of the pavement overall, so that you can avoid closing the whole road down for a long period of time.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did you know Mr. Moore prior to him contacting you about this and having the meeting on January 11, 2005?
I knew him from the time when I was with Geonomery Geotechnical. I knew him. I don't recall any particular projects. Maybe there was some. So yeah, he was well known in the industry, but I didn't. I don't recall any particular project with him before that meeting.
Okay, and if we could pull up the note, I'm going to ask you about this in a second, but if we could pull up the notes transcription of Dr. Uzorowski's overall notes produced. This is RHV 933. And what I understand, Dr. Uzorowski, is of course, Golder produced large numbers of your handwritten notes over a period of years, considered to be relevant to the matters the inquiry is looking into. And these are your handwritten notes, and that over a period of time, you transcribed those notes into a typewritten form from handwritten, making your best efforts to be as accurate as possible. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Commissioner, what we have is this document is a compilation of Dr. Uzorowski's handwritten notes. In the overview documents, the references are to the various handwritten notes, but for at least today, I'm going to, and I expect for a lot of the inquiry, we'll be referring to the either the overview document where they're completely reproduced, or the transcription by Dr. Uzorowski. And just generally speaking, with respect to your handwritten notes, it was your practice to take notes at the time of meetings and telephone calls, generally speaking? When you documented a meeting, were those notes taken at the meeting or afterwards?
So the first thing, I try to keep my notes because, I'm a consultant. I work on a large number of projects, so sometimes it is there are so many commitments and timely delivery, etc. So that they were of great help. My notes, and sometimes let's say if I had a meeting and I anticipated what would be discussed, then I would prepare my notes before the meeting, typically like item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. What I would like to discuss,
right. And
then during the meeting I would add my handwritten, quick comments. But sometimes if it was a meeting and I didn't anticipate it, then I would take notes during the meeting, so without any preparation.
Right. I think we have a very similar approach to note taking in that respect. So that you're saying sometimes in advance you would do a list of the items that you want to hit, and then you would supplement that by additional notes taken during the meeting potentially. And at other times you would just be taking the notes during the meeting if it wasn't your agenda that was being set, for example. Those are just two potential examples.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, and on any individual instance, if it's material, we can talk about when you took the notes. But so if we could look at, if we make this exhibit 17, I believe it is, Commissioner. Mm-hmm. This is RHV 933, Dr. Uzorowski's transcript of his notebooks.
Noted, Council.
Thank you. And so we go to images 2 and 3 of this document. And you've indicated, Dr. Uzorowski, that Mr. Moore wanted to talk to you about using a perpetual pavement structure. Sorry, I guess it's images. That's image 1. So we want 2 and 3. I guess that's image 2, isn't it? It says image 1 at the top. Okay, so actual images 3 and 4 then, I guess.
For 1 second.
I think we'll have to note that although it says image 2 and image 3 at the top, it is that's different than the images that are in actually in the database. So so here we have your transcription of notes from January 11, 2005 from your meeting with Mr. Moore. And on the page on the right, sorry, on the page on the left, on the right-hand side, it says towards the bottom, SMA, Gary wants to use 3 dB noise attenuation. Is this indicating that Mr. Moore wanted to use an SMA surface course on the perpetual pavement?
Yeah, yes. The city wanted to use SMA because of it is believed that SMA reduces the noise. It's typically between 2 and 3 decibels. So, he believed it was 3 decibels. So, that was one of the reasons, was the noise attenuation.
Okay. Did he describe any other reasons for wanting to use SMA as the surface course?
Oh, because SMA, he had good experience with using SMA because the city used a few years prior, so they had good experience, and he attended a number of conferences, and he knew that SMA offered exceptional, very good rutting resistance, fatigue endurance, good friction characteristics, and overall performance, and then what was important for him, this noise reduction.
Okay. And the prior project, was that an SMA placement on Burlington Street?
I believe, yes, that was his experience with SMA, and that was not only his, because there were a team that was involved with.
Right. Yeah, he didn't. Mr. Moore didn't place it himself, but that's what he was referring to that project, as your understanding.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And on the left-hand side of the first image there, I think it's the 5th line. Well, it says four-lane expressway, and then 90 km/h posted speed, which I take to be design speed, 100 to 110 km/h. Does that reflect what Mr. Moore told you about the posted and design speeds at that meeting?
Yes, everything that is in that note, this is what the majority is what he told me. I was not familiar, so this is what he told me. And
right, he asked you to the meeting, and then he described what the situation was, described what the highway was going to be, and what he wanted. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I understand that did Mr. Moore then ask you to do something following from that, to do a feasibility study?
Yes, after that meeting, he asked me to first prepare work on feasibility study, and then the design if the feasibility study was show that it made sense to if the structure if the perpetual pavement was feasible.
Okay, and just to be clear, when you say after the meeting, do you mean at the meeting he asked you as a follow-up to the meeting to to do the feasibility study. Is that correct?
I would have to look at, I think we discussed this thing. He presented what he wanted, and then the next step would be to prepare to work on a feasibility study.
Because we know that, and this is in overview document, which we won't go to this for a second because I want to stay on the notes, but in paragraph 22 of overview document 3, it also indicates that the next day, 2 days later, you sent Mr. Moore the proposal to carry out the feasibility study. So is it, but you discussed it at the meeting? Is that what you think?
I think it must have been discussed, this thing, during the meeting, because that was the next logical step of this. We must have agreed during the meeting.
Okay, and then on the page on the right in your notes, the third line up from the bottom, actually right above that, a few lines up, it says SMA is already there. Is that a reference to Hamilton already having SMA that you just described?
Yes, so yeah, I said it's already there because they were familiar with SMA, and the city was comfortable with SMA. Okay,
and then detour costs you've already described. That's an issue. And do you recall what the if a 7 million a backup required is?
I believe that I would have to do some calculation. If roughly a detour would cost about 7 million. So it was maybe like, assume that it would be roughly about $7 million to build a backup, because it's a very tight environment. So I understand that would be for a detour.
Okay, and then what the ballpark numbers are and then proceed, is that a reference to the feasibility study? Figure out what the relative costs are of going with the conventional pavement and the perpetual pavement? Yes,
that would be just, a roughly estimate, what, because that was the first time. So, roughly what my feeling was.
What your fee was?
Oh, no. What my feeling? What ballpark? Because you can assume something quickly, but then you would have to do some detail analysis, getting the cost, etc., to do the feasibility study. So that was the ballpark, like the feeling. What would it cost?
All right, and then the CTAA paper it refers to. That is referring to doing a paper for the CTAA about perpetual pavement in the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that correct?
Yes. That was the idea of writing a CTA paper about perpetual pavement in the city of Hamilton on the perpetual pavement. Yes.
On the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
On the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Yes.
And whose idea was the CTAA paper?
It's hard to say after so many years, but I think it's. I think always I had the impression that the city wanted to be the leader in sustainable pavement infrastructure. So they wanted to do, and then he knew that I was very active at CTAA. So it was, I think, probably mutual agreement or mutual interest to write a paper on this thing.
Okay. And when you say, I appreciate the city and Mr. Moore is the city's representative, but Mr. Moore is the person you're talking to at this point at the city, correct?
Yes, at that point of time, that was Mr. Germour, yes.
Okay. And then if we could go back to the overview document, page 22 and 23. As I said, the next day, January 12th, I said it was the 13th, but I think it was the 12th. Sorry, it's page 14. I apologize. It's image 14 and 15. Thank you. So on January 13th, you sent Mr. Moore the proposal to carry out a feasibility study on using perpetual pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in Hamilton in 2005. And then you'll see at the top of the image on the right, the next day, January 14th, 2005, Mr. Moore gave Dr. Uzorowski permission to proceed with the study. So that's the feasibility study that we were just discussing, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of the feasibility study is set out in the proposal, and we can absolutely go to it, but if we don't need to, we won't. But it was to carry out a study on the use of the perpetual pavement design, and determine whether that was feasible for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And doing a cost comparison between that and a conventional pavement structure. Is that right?
Yes, yes, it is.
All right. And it was, you mentioned this at the meeting, this was phase one, was the feasibility study. And then it contemplated a phase two involving the pavement design and doing the specifications for the highway. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if we, at page 15, paragraph 25, halfway down the page on the right, is reference to a paper offer abstract dated February 28th, 2005, for the CTAA's 50th annual conference titled Sustainable Pavements, Making the Case for Longer Design Lives for Flexible Pavements. And this is just an abstract that you provided to Mr. Moore, and it's listing you, Mr. Moore, Michael Mahar, who is a Golder person, and Vince Aurelio as authors. Do you recall this? Did you draft the abstract?
I think it was, likely it was me. Very likely.
All right. And the paper arising for this was eventually published in November 2006 as part of the annual CTA conference. Is that right?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Okay. And just for reference, Commissioner, that is referred to at overview document 3, image 18, paragraph 34. We don't have to go to this moment. And is it fair to say, Dr. Uzorowski, that the feasibility study that you were then commissioned by Mr. Moore to do for the city and the CTAA paper are essentially on the same topic, although there's differences in lengths and focus and so forth, but they're on the same topic, which is the feasibility of the perpetual pavement structure for the Red Hill, comparing the life cycle costs of the perpetual pavement option to the life cycle costs of the conventional deep strength pavement option. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, it is.
And am I correct that the assumption for both the feasibility study and the CTAA paper was that SMA would be the surface course for both options being compared, the perpetual pavement and conventional deep strength? Is that right?
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay, and of course, both the paper and the feasibility study were based on, there were unit costs and quantities and all the inputs that go into that. Who provided those inputs?
The city.
And by the city, do you mean Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore was the one who directly sent it to me, but he had to get the cost from somebody.
No, I appreciate that, but he was your contact for this.
He was my contact. Yeah, he was my contact person. Yes.
Right. So wherever he got them internally, again, he's not may not be his role to dig those out, but he was the one that sent them to you.
Yes, he was the person who sent this thing to me. Yes.
Okay, and so you were relying on the same information for both the CTA paper and the feasibility study, correct?
Yes, for the for the abstract. No, because that was only the abstract stage. But yes, it was.
I appreciate right at the start, you do a proposal for the feasibility study in January. You send the abstract in February. That's before you have all of the information. But going forward, that was the case, correct?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. And Commissioner, we won't need to go through it, but in the overview document, there are significant number of paragraphs that deal with this, going from paragraphs 26 to 28, 30 to 34, and 36 to 37 cover that time frame as the year progresses with respect to the feasibility study in the CTA paper. Now, if we could go to RHV 935. And just for background, Dr. Uzarowski, up until last week, I think, we did not have a signed copy of the final feasibility study. We just had an electronic unsigned copy, but Golder's counsel last week delivered to Commission Council this document, which is a signed final feasibility study that we were just talking about. And so is that correct? This was located quite recently, the signed copy?
Yes, that's correct.
And I understand it was found in Golder's library in its Whitby office, and it's just been missed prior to that in Golder document searches?
It was only the report, not other records or analysis. Only the report itself was found in the library in the Whitby office. Right.
So just the final report. And you also, we don't need to go to it now. We have a photograph that shows the actual cover of the report, and it's the signed document as opposed to all of the underlying work that went behind it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Only the report itself. Yes.
Okay. And did you deliver? It's dated August 2005, as you can see there. Did you deliver a signed copy of this to Mr. Moore?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay. And if we could go to image 6 of this document. And at the top of the summary, 5.0, it states a flexible pavement satisfying the requirements for perpetual pavement design is recommended for Red Hill Creek Expressway. And that's the final conclusion of the feasibility study. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And there's an August 5, 2005 draft. Maybe we can go to the overview document at images 17 and 18. And paragraph 33 at the bottom of image 17 indicates that on August 5th, 2005, that you emailed the draft of the CTA paper that we were discussing to Mr. Aurelio and Dr. Mahar at Golder, asking them to review and This paper is called Sustainable Pavements, Making the Case for Longer Design Lives for Flexible Pavements. And as we discussed, and this is the draft of the paper that we're just looking at the final version of, the pavement options compared in the paper, being the perpetual pavement versus conventional deep strength, both used SMA for the surface course, and then it sets out at image 18 a couple of passages from the draft paper. And I want to focus on the last sentence of the first paragraph there, where it says, the city of Hamilton has decided to use the perpetual pavement concept on their major infrastructure project. That's the major infrastructure project, that's referring to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And at that point then, in August 5th, 2005, was it your understanding that it had been decided that it would be a perpetual pavement structure and an SMA surface course on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yes, it is.
And we can go to it, but if you recall, what the cost saving was estimated to be? I appreciate it's a prospective estimate. Perpetual pavement option.
I would have to look at the. I don't remember. I know that there was some. There was benefit from using the perpetual pavement in terms of here in terms of cost. Yes.
Right. Well, I won't test your memory on it. We'll come to it. If we could go to Golder 3367, which is the draft paper at that time. And if we could go to image, so this is the August 2005 draft at image 8. I don't think that's image 8. Should be page 6, image 8, I think, Registrar. There we are. So this table, it states its present worth of M&R work for deep strength pavement. So this is the cost estimate of the deep strength option, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just looking at on the left-hand side there, under the left-hand column is scheduled maintenance rehabilitation year. As you go down, it gives the number of years down to number 48, 48 years out from construction. And then the fourth line down is 19. So it's saying 19 years out, mill 80 millimeters asphalt pavement, resurface SMA 40 millimeters. So do I understand this correctly, is anticipating that with the conventional deep strength pavement design, that the surface course that you were discussing earlier, SMA in this case, would be milled and replaced 19 years in. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Along with the layer below, another additional layer below that, if I understand that correctly.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next image, 9. It's table 4. This is the present worth of M&R work for perpetual pavement. Again, main line only. And
yes.
So this is the comparison, the correlative costs and forward-looking estimates for the perpetual pavement option. And looking in the same column, it's on the left-hand side, the 5th number down is 21. And to the second column, if I understand it, it is saying that the estimate is that it'll be 21 years out that the surface SMA 40 millimeter layer would be milled and replaced, but 21 years out. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And before that, in both options, there's estimates about other maintenance work that will be done, routing and sealing cracks, et cetera. But that's the first surface estimate, first surface layer estimate for replacement, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay, if we could take that down and go to OD3 image 19. And paragraph 36 indicates that on September 28th, and this is taken from some of your notes, that you and Mr. Moore discussed finishing phase 1 and a possible phase 2 of the perpetual pavement project. So the phase 1 that we talked about, that was the feasibility study, right?
Yes.
And then phase 2 is the next step we discussed, which was develop potentially, or as you discussed back in January of 2005, developing the specifications, the pavement specifications for the actual construction and paving of the highway. Is that right?
Yes, it was, finalizing the design and developing the specifications. Yes.
Right. Okay. And then as it says there, including mix requirement and specification development for superpave, SMA, and RBL, which is the rich bottom layer that you described earlier when you were talking about the perpetual pavement structure, correct?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Like in rich bottom layer, and you use the rich bottom mix for the rich bottom layer. Is that right?
Yeah, this is like, this layer or mix, different names, but it's basically the same, whether it's basically a ridge bottom layer where ridge bottom mix is used.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I understood. I just wanted to clarify I understood that.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know at that point, having delivered the signed report of the feasibility study, what was to be finished for phase 1? Do you know?
No, it's like after that report was finalized, that was it for the phase 1. I understand. That
Just
was
for the what? Sorry.
for phase 1.
Yes,
Yes,
that's what the report was that we looked at from August
Yeah.
2005. Okay. So you don't know what the finishing phase 1 is a reference to?
Finishing. Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, we can go to the note, but it refers to finishing phase 1. Do you recall what had to be finished, or was there nothing to be finished?
It was, so many years ago, because basically, I think finishing phase 1, it's like feasibility study. It's like general study, but then, for a detailed design, I would have to do final structural analysis to finalize the design. So that would be, additional effort. So first, for the design itself, and I know I use a special program for this, and then the phase 2, like mixes and other aspects of phase 2.
Right. No, I appreciate that. It's just the reference in your notes to finishing phase 1. But if you don't recall, we'll move on. So, okay, if we could go to image 20 of the next page. So paragraph 38 indicates that on November 19th, 2005, your notebook contains a note that states 1, Hamilton, paving on Lincoln Alexander Parkway, SMA 12/5 and ground rubber modified mix, 3 hours. Can you tell us what this is about?
I can. Lafarge was placing a short test strip of SMA mix with modifier with scrub rubber modifier, and the purpose of this was to determine how much noise reduction you can use by using this special type of SMA with crumb rubber modifier, because there was a belief that if you add rubber, you even more reduce the noise on SMA pavement. So that was the test strip. So for me, I went there to look at this thing, but as far as I recall, probably University of Waterloo measured the noise. I don't have records, but I think it was I was asked to look at the placement, but then they evaluated how much noise reduction they would get.
Okay, and who invited you to go? Was that Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore and Paul Lamb, who was Paul Lamb was the time he was like maybe director of production or construction for Lafarge, and Mr. Moore, because Mr. Moore was very interested in the subject.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
I need about 5 minutes to deal with something that's come up.
Absolutely. So what time would you like us to come back, Commissioner?
Just 5 minutes right now, if you don't mind.
No. So it's 10:32, everybody.
That's perfect.
And register. Thank you. May we proceed, Commissioner?
Please do.
Thank you. Registrar, if we could go to overview document 3, image 20. And paragraph 39 indicates, Dr. Uzorowski, that on November 22nd, 2005, you submitted a cost estimate for Goaler to Mr. Moore titled Perpetual Pavement Phase 2, which included pavement and asphalt consultations, including detailed corrections in the project documentation, updates to the current HMA, that's hot mix asphalt, paving specifications and development of new required paving specification, any mixed design reviews, and assisting in preparation of tender documents for the pavement works. And a few days later, November 25th, Mr. Moore emailed back accepting it and asking what you needed to get started. So does that accurately describe what you did for this phase 2 of the project as you described it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And to be clear, we'll get to it, that the paving specifications were for the perpetual pavement structure that you described with the rich bottom layer, interim layers, and the SMA surface course. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and part of that was the OPSS specifications and special provisions. Is that which are the Ontario Provincial Standard specifications? Is that right?
Yes, OPSS is Ontario Provincial Standard specifications. So I have no right to change OPSS, but you know, on behalf, I can recommend the changes in special provision. I can develop special provision for the municipality that I can recommend some changes to the OPSS, because I have no right to change OPSS itself.
Okay, so the OPSS, just generally speaking, can you describe what they are so we have the background?
Ontario Provincial Standard specification that covered detailed requirements for a particular part of, you know, I'm talking about in this case about pavement materials and pavement construction, because they cover everything. They cover all aspects, but you know, my area was the pavement, so they cover particular what the requirements are for ingredients, for mix design, what should be included in the mix design, what characteristics should be met, and also what characteristics should be met during construction.
Right.
So in general, you know, just in general terms.
Right, and as you described, you can then recommend, and obviously the client will decide if they're going to accept your recommendations. We appreciate that with any consulting work, but you can recommend special provisions which modify the OPSS specifications. Is that right?
So I can, in special provision, I can describe what should be added or should be changed in the OPSS, because OPSS is developed by OPSS committee. I'm a member of the OPSS municipal committee, so only the committee can suggest can change the OPSS specification itself. But me, as the consultant hired by the municipality, I can develop special provision where I can advise or recommend what can be added or changed or removed or whatever.
Right. Okay, I understand you. And if we go to image 26 of the overview document, actually 26 and 27, please. This is just describing ultimately the paving specifications for the pavement materials in the tender for the Red Hill Valley Parkway paving. And it lists in paragraph 54 a number of those specifications. And I correct that this is what you ultimately developed in relation to the tender. Is that right?
Yeah, I developed special provision, and I believe that those they were incorporated into the tender document. But
right. I appreciate you did not put the tender document as a whole together, but you were the one, and we were came to and did consult on and recommended the components relating to the paving specifications.
yes,
That went into the tender.
yes, yes.
Okay. And on page 27, or image 27 there, paragraph 55, there's an addendum to the tender contract documents issued on May 10th, 2006, with the original tender being issued April 25th, 2006. But on May 10th, 2006, an addendum was issued by the City of Hamilton, which required trial sections be placed for both the rich bottom mix, or the RBM layer, and the SMA pavement layers. And were you involved in, or did you recommend this addendum?
I recommend the trial section, because this were, as you probably know, RBM was the new idea, was the new mix, and anticipated some difficulties and challenges with the material and construction, and also SMA. Obviously, I anticipated some challenges with this. So, it was my recommendation to do a trial section or test strip, whatever we call it, to verify that the contractor can produce what's in the mix design and can place it to meet the specification requirements.
Right. And going on to if we keep image 27 and add image 28, please. And at the top of 28, in the still on the addendum with respect to the trial sections, in the last paragraph, if we could expand that, please, Registrar. This starts provided the trial sections, just above paragraph 56. So this paragraph is indicating that if the trial section, whether it's the RBM layer or the SMA layer, meets the requirements of the specification, will be considered acceptable and paid, but otherwise the contractor shall be required to repeat additional trial sections until the material meets the requirements of this specification, and the contractor shall be responsible for all costs associated with that. And again, was that part of your recommendation to do the trial sections?
I believe, yes, it was. It was based on my airport experience. So I think this is what I believe that was.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down, Registrar. And going back to your first meeting with Mr. Moore respecting the Red Hill on January 11th, 2005, was there any doubt in your mind from that point forward that Mr. Moore wanted to use a perpetual pavement structure with an SMA surface course on the Red Hill?
No, that was clear to me that he wanted to use perpetual pavement with the SMA surface course.
Okay. And we know that, as we discussed, that the CTAA paper, which wasn't actually published until I think it was late 2006, but that you wrote the abstract for back in February 2005 and prior to completing the feasibility study. Was there ever any doubt that that was going to be the result? That the perpetual pavement structure with the and both options having the SMA surface course, that was going to be the preferred method of paving the Red Hill?
No, after the feasibility study showed us, no, it was. I was convinced, right, that would be the implemented solution. So perpetual pavement with the SMA surface course. No,
okay.
no doubt.
Okay, thank you. And if we go to image 30. Maybe 31 as well. Not sure if that continues on to the next page. No, it doesn't. Okay. So just image 30, please. And so on July 28th, 2006, Golder submitted a proposal to Phillips, which was the contract administrator for the paving construction on the Red Hill, outlining Golder's scope of work pertaining to the requested laboratory and field testing inspection services for the mainline paving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. This was a revised proposal. There was an earlier one, but and I believe this is also where your CV is that I was asking you about at the start, was from this document was attached to it. Does this excerpt describe what Golder's responsibilities ultimately were for the quality assurance role that it assumed for the Red Hill Valley Parkway paving construction?
Yes, it does.
And to boil it down, it's quality assurance, testing, and inspection of the asphalt materials. Is that right? Generally
yes,
speaking?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yes, it is quality assurance. Quality assurance is done on behalf of the owner. Yes, that
Right.
was quality assurance.
As opposed to the quality control, which is done on the paving contractor side.
Yes, quality control is done by the contractor to check the quality of the product, and quality assurance is to confirm the quality, and it's typically based for acceptance.
Okay. And so as I understand it, Golder, as part of that, doing the quality assurance testing, as the laboratory and field testing and inspection services, as we talked about, and also for approving or not approving asphalt mix designs. Is that one part of the role?
Yes, it is.
And as part of that includes approving or not approving the characteristics of the aggregates used in the various asphalt layers. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And as well, results of the test strips that are laid that we just discussed, the rich bottom layer and the SMA surface layer, for conformance with the project specifications. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And communicating those results to the contract administrator, being Phillips, and as well, often Dufferin, the paving contractor. Is that right?
Yes, mainly CA, because we're hired by CL, but CC the contractor and often the owner.
Right, the CA being the contract administrator.
Yes, CA was the contract administrator. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. And right, and this is for all the pavement layers, not just the SMA surface layer. It's all of the pavement layers that are being laid in series.
Yes, yes, all pavement layers. You're right.
Okay. And so if something conformed to the contract specifications, then you, on behalf of Golder, would approve, and if they did not, then you would not approve. Is that correct? Subject to the client's final decision.
Yes, generally, yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I understand that SMA, the surface layer in this case, has some peculiarities and challenges in mixed design and placement procedures. Could you describe some of those?
Yes, you know, SMA, it is a you know, it is a premium mix, but it's not easy to design, not easy to place and compact. SMA, there are some differences between conventional mix, like, you know, Marshall mixes or super pave mixes, and SMA. SMA is a gap graded mix, so where, you know, the main part is the stone on stone contact. So it includes mainly coarse aggregate and very fine aggregate with a very little amount, a very small amount of the medium fraction. So it's called gap graded mix, as opposed to continuously graded mix like super pave or Marshall mixes. And at the same time, it has I would say very high asphalt cement content, or AC as we call. And in order to allow this high AC content and avoid drain down, we had to add fiber. It's typically cellulose fiber, and also
that's cellulose fiber.
Cellulose fiber. Yes, it's not just to provide the strength, but to allow an addition of this high amount of asphalt cement and to prevent drain down.
Do you mean drain down of the asphalt cement?
Yes.
So to hold it together, it's a binder to help hold it together. Is that right?
Yeah. If you, let's say, in SMA you have about 6% asphalt cement. If you added 6% to regular super pave mix, then the asphalt cement would drain down. You would have dripping asphalt from the mix. So that was the idea, and particularly that we didn't have this medium fraction in the mix. So we had to use additional ingredient to the mix to make sure that it will hold together. So this is, you know, so there are some challenges from the, you know, mix design, but, you know, actually, you know, over time it was, you know, established and, you know, a good experience. But I realized that it's not easy. So one thing is the mix design. Now another thing is placement and compaction, because, you know, this typically SMA incorporates higher quality asphalt cement. So it's, you know, you probably noticed that here with specified performance graded asphalt cement 70-28, and that asphalt cement incorporates a pretty high amount of polymer. Polymer makes it sticky. So, you know, there is, you know, one aspect. I don't know if you want me to describe it.
In the 70, when you referred to the performance graded asphalt cement 70-28, that's the temperature range, is that right?
Yeah, so 70 is the high end temperature, minus 28 is the lower end temperature. So in order to have this big range, because, you know, the rule of thumb is that if you add both numbers, if you are above 92, you have to add a pretty high amount of polymer. So they had to add, a significant amount of polymer. I don't want to go into details because it's confidential how the suppliers produce it, but we know that it's very sticky. So you are, on one hand, you are limited when it comes to compaction equipment because you don't want to use rubber-tired roller because it can make it, we call it fat spots. But at the same time, it's so stony that it's not easy to compact. Actually, compactiveness of SMA is only about 30% of what conventional mix has. So it's very difficult to compact, and we call it's not forgiving mix. So if you don't compact it, why it is very hot, this is it. You will not be able. You can use heavy rollers and you can pack it. You will crush the aggregate, but you will not compact it. So at the same time, we have to be careful with using heavy vibratory rollers because if you pack it too much, then you can crush the aggregate. So we want to have compaction, but there are some issues that have to be taken into account during. So that's why I say it's not.
So if I could just unpack a couple of things, you don't want to. You're not supposed to use the rubber rollers because it creates what you call fat spots, and because of the stickiness essentially of the mix.
Yes, yeah. So rubber tires can cause fat spots or flashing. We call it rubber tire roller. Yes, with pneumatic tire. Yeah.
Right, and then with the extra effort or the difficulty with compaction, you have to be careful not to crush or crack the aggregate. I think that was the second thing that you said there. Is that right?
Yeah, we have, you have to be very careful with compaction because, if you use static rolling, that's okay. But if the contractor applies vibration late in the compaction process when the mix gets cool, they may not get compaction, but they may crack the aggregate. So it's not easy to compact. There are some challenges.
Okay, and with respect to vibratory rollers, you have the asphalt rolling machines, which have the ability to use a vibration function to assist in compaction. Is that correct?
Oh yes, you can have even pretty heavy vibratory rollers, but you can turn off the vibration and use it in static mode.
Right, that's when you've referred to static mode, which means without vibration. Is that right?
Yes.
And am I correct, typically in your understanding that it's not recommended for SMA to use the vibration function? Is that right?
Oh, you can use it, but you have to be very careful. Actually, vibration can be used only when the mix is very hot, because if the temperature, I believe it is about 140 degrees. If the temperature drops below 140 and you have this stone aggregate, this heavy vibration or heavy vibratory rollers, they can cause some aggregate. They crush the aggregate. So compaction procedure has to be addressed very carefully.
Okay, and if we could go to image 49, please, in the OD. Maybe also the next page, image 50. This is jumping ahead, but in paragraph 100 are the site meeting minutes from July 10th, 2007, which is about 3 weeks before the actual SMA paving started on August 1st, 2007. And this was the meeting that the minutes indicate you were in attendance at. And it's discussing the status of a number of things at the time, including the progress of the paving to that date. And if we go to the top of image 50 there under material testing, indicates Golder requested that Dufferin produce a trial batch of SMA for the field labs to work out testing correlation differences, which we'll get to. But then Golder indicated the vibratory roller currently being used by Dufferin is likely too heavy for the SP19 and SMA pavement layers. So is that the issue that you were just talking about? The vibratory roller?
So you know, the vibratory roller, if it's used in static mode, it's okay. But applying vibration, they would have to be very careful with applying vibration because you know, on the stone-on-stone mix, it can cause some aggregate breakage.
And if aggregates are crushed or cracked, however you describe it, during the compaction process, what effect does that have on pavement performance?
Obviously we don't want to use it because it can have impact on durability.
So how long it lasts?
How long it lasts? Yeah, but at the end, like I don't know if this is the time for this comment. We worked with Dufferin, we established the compaction procedure, and when when Citi took number of samples in 2018 and we tested, the results were very good. Showed that almost there was no degradation of the asphalt cement. So,
and we will get to that in phase 2.
Okay.
I'm just asking directionally.
Yeah.
With if you do have crushing of aggregates, and we'll see that was an issue with the test strip when we get to it. But if you do have crushing aggregate, you indicate can be an effect on the durability of the pavement.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And does that have any effect if there's crushing or cracking of aggregates on the frictional quality of the pavement, in your view?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. Now, at the time you were developing the Red Hill paving specifications, so as we said, you presented the proposal in late 2005 for the tender, which was issued in late April 2006. You were familiar, I take it, with the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario's designated sources of material list, called the DSM for short?
Yeah, of course I was.
Right. The DSM, of course, deals with lots of different materials, not just pertaining to what we're going to talk about, but you'd agree that the DSM lists the products and their sources that the MTO will accept as suitable for MTO contracts. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And part of the DSM includes the listing of sources of aggregates that are pre-approved for use by the MTO on MTO projects, correct?
Yes, it is.
And at the time when you were developing the specifications in 2006, were you aware that one of the purposes of pre-qualifying aggregates for use in asphalt mixes by listing them on the DSM for use in surface courses is to ensure that those aggregates have adequate skid resistance?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. And were you aware at that time, again in 2006, when you're developing the specifications, that it was a requirement of being placed on the DSM that skid testing and polished stone value testing be conducted on a road or a test strip using those aggregates, the aggregates in question?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And to come back to the earlier question, we talked about your experience with at Jagal in particular with doing British pendulum testing, but were you familiar that the MTO's approach for measuring friction was to do skid testing using a locked wheel tester? Was that something you were specifically familiar with?
Oh, I know that they used the locked wheel tester. I know that the tester was developed years ago by Dynatest, so I knew what kind of equipment they used.
Right, at the time, as opposed, I know you do today, but at the time, were you aware? Yes?
Yeah, at the time, I think I did, yes.
Okay. And the polished stone value test, that's a test to determine resistance of an aggregate to polishing. Is that something you were familiar with at the time?
Yes, yes, I was.
Okay, and you're aware that essentially it's predictive of the microtexture and how microtexture will reduce over time as the aggregate polishes, and therefore affect predictively skid resistance over time. Is that something you're aware of?
Yes, yeah, yes, I was. It evaluates the resistance to polishing of the aggregate. Yes.
Okay. Now, we know that Dufferin, the paving contractor, proposed in March 2007 to use aggregates from demix aggregates for the SMA and SP19 FC2 surface courses. And if we could go to images 33 and 34 of the overview document. And specifically, it's paragraphs B and C that I'm looking at for the moment, and then will be your response, which is dealt with below there. And so at the bottom of image 33, in paragraph 66B, it indicates Vincent Gangaram, laboratory supervisor of Dufferin, wrote to Mr. Moranzan, who is the Phillips contract administrator representative, regarding approval of Demix Varennes trap rock aggregate. And he writes to him at the top of the page that Dufferin Construction is seeking approval to use an externally sourced crushed trap rock in the Superpave 12.5 FC2 and SMA mixes. The source is Demix Varennes Quarry, located in Quebec and not currently listed on the Ministry of Transportation Ontario's designated source list, DSM. He refers to it being the aggregate is used as a reference aggregate by the Ministry of Transportation Quebec for the CPP test, skid resistance, and on several asphalt paving projects, including Picardy Street in Varennes. Please find attached physical test data submitted by Demix. Your prompt response will be highly appreciated to ensure a timely completion of aforementioned mix designs. Mr. Moranzan in subparagraph C indicates he faxes you. We're dealing with faxes occasionally back then. The letter to you and references that they're seeking approval to use Demix Varennes trap rock aggregate for the Superpave and SMA mixes. Attached to that letter, if we could go to, attached to there, if we could go to Golder 4873. And it's a little bit unclear, but in the very bottom left, this is quality control technical data for Demix Varennes Quarry. And it has a date at the top, it says March 2007, but in the bottom left of the chart, it says polishing by projection coefficient, CPP. Can you see that? If you could expand that, please. Maybe just the bottom 4 lines of that. Yeah, that's good. And right across? Well, we can start there. We'll start there. Polishing by projection coefficient, CPP. The second line from the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see, yeah.
Okay. And were you familiar with that test? Polishing by projection coefficient, CPP?
I wasn't before, but when I received this thing, then I read about CPP, and then CPP is the method of evaluating of aggregate resistance to polishing used by MTQ, or the Ministry of Transportation in Quebec. It was developed in cooperation with, I think, French laboratory, and it was described by, because obviously I look at this what it was. It was described in a CTA paper by people from MTQ. I knew people from MTQ, and they're in contribution to CTAA. So there was a CTA paper by Pierre Rengoy and Guy Tremblay about how they evaluate aggregates, and then they described CPP methodology. And also there was a technical paper by U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and I think it roughly about somewhere about 2000, and it's called synthesis. Something, or maybe synthesis 99. I think maybe dash 20 or something. And when they describe this method of polishing resistance evaluation, and so obviously I read about these values, read about this methodology just to myself, to familiarize myself with this with the methodology. So after I received this, I read what it was, what methodology it was.
Okay, does it have a similar, you can take that down, please, Registrar. Does it have a similar purpose to the polished stone value test about measuring the polishing qualities of an aggregate?
Yes, it measures the polishing resistance of the aggregate, but with some differences. They also use like in PSV, they use British pendulum testers to evaluate before and after polishing, but the method of polishing is somewhat different between PSV, British method, and this French method.
Right, the British and the French do it a bit differently, and and you're talking about the actual polishing method is different, not than using the British pendulum method to actually measure the frictional qualities after the polishing. Is that right?
Yes, it measures. So they both use BPN, British pendulum, number of British pendulum tester, but the method of polishing is different. And actually, as far as I know, the people in Quebec consider this thing more reliable than PSV. So it's well recognized in Quebec.
Okay.
Methodology.
But this isn't part of the contract requirements that were in the tender for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. That wasn't a contemplated test, correct?
No, it was not.
Okay, can you take that down, please, Registrar? And so on in the overview document, images 34 to 35, which is I think where we were. You wrote back, along with Michael Navarra at Golder, an engineer in training, to Phillips and to Hamilton, Mr. Audie, specifically regarding your review of the aggregate physical properties and the test results that have been sent to you. And I won't read through the entire document. That it's been reproduced in total here. And you note that it's not on the MTO's, this is in the second paragraph, on the MTO's DSM list. And so to be approved for use in the RHVP, they must meet the aggregate requirements specified in the OPSS standards, including method of testing and specifications. So having received this request, we can read the letter and you go on for various reasons that it's not currently acceptable and will for use in the Red Hill, and we'll talk about that. But when you got this request about using the demixverens aggregates and it not being on the DSM, what was your reaction, and did you have any concerns at the time?
So, first of all, of course, I would prefer if it was on the DSM list, but it was not. So, I expressed my concerns here in the email. So, if you look at the actually, what you showed just a moment ago, the results for the demix aggregate, the results were for the aggregate itself, they were excellent. Rarely, results that you rarely see in terms of very low Los Angeles abrasion, a very low micro deval, and other characteristics, and also there's good CPP, but this aggregate was not on the DSM list. One thing, another thing, that testing that they sent was not done by a CCIL certified laboratory by the manufacturer. So
sorry, that's CCIL lab, right?
Yes, it was not CCIS certified. It was done by the manufacturer. So OPSS 1003 clearly requested or required that testing should be done by a CCIS certified laboratory. So that was one thing. So it was the result done by laboratory that wasn't certified. Then those characteristics, I wanted in that testing to include all tests that were required in OPSS. And another item was some of those results were outdated. I wanted to have the most recent results. So that's why at that point of time, I had to state that this, I realized it was a good quality aggregate, but for me, it was not acceptable. No, for us, it was not acceptable.
Right, and you list the items that they have to meet in order to be approved in those bullets. You give your comments and state that they are currently, for demixverens quarry are currently not considered acceptable for use on the project, is how you conclude your memo. But you said you would have preferred it be on the DSM. Why is that?
Because, if it's on the DSM list, then, MTO takes care of this thing. So in terms of all these characteristics, this is the, done by, the characteristics are tested, and also in terms of PSV and, it's frictional performance is verified. All characteristics, testing is done on time, and testing is done by CCIL certified laboratories. So I would not have to think about this because I knew it was on the DSM list. But they would still have to submit with the results, not PSV, but other results they would still have to submit. But I knew I would know that was within the limits. Yes,
could it have been pre-qualified by the MTO?
It was pre-qualified, yes.
Okay, and in developing the specifications, if you would have preferred that it be on the DSM, why did you not make it a requirement that the surface course asphalt contain an aggregate that is aggregate source listed on the DSM?
At this point of time, I just stated the aggregate would have to be meet the requirements of OPSS 1003, which is the OPS specification for aggregates. So I stated this, and it wasn't a common practice by municipal, because it wasn't a provincial project, it was municipal project. So it wasn't a common practice for a municipality to put additional requirements. And OPSS standards are, very highly appreciated across Canada, and honestly speaking, even in the US, like sometimes I'm asked to
Right.
even to send it. So I have extremely high opinion about OPSS. So I thought if I specify that it would have to meet OPSS 103.003 requirements, that would be that was the more common approach for municipalities.
Okay, if we could go to, and you refer to OPSS 1003, November 2004 specification in your memo. Okay, if we could go to Golder 3905, which is OPSS 1003. This is the one that you were referencing in your memo?
Yes, this is the November 2004 OPSS standard, yes.
Right, okay. And if we could go to image 19. And maybe just have the previous page too, just so we have, make sure we have the heading and so forth. We have both pages up. Do we have both? Yeah, thank you. Right, and I see that there's a note at the top of image 18, which says this appendix does not form part of the standard specification. It's intended to provide information to the designer on the use of this specification in the contract. And it goes on to refer to a number of things with respect to hot mix asphalt. And then, for example, at the bottom of image 18, if you could expand that, the last paragraph. The last paragraph, please. Thank you. So for example, the specification requires coarse and fine aggregates for SMA, DFC, and superpave 12.5 FC2 to be from the same aggregate source. And so that's one thing, and that is a requirement that you included. Is that correct?
Oh yes, yeah, that was. You will see that initially they wanted to use different sources, but this is a requirement. But it's also in the appendix, but it's also in the because OPSS standards, OPSS specification has two pieces. One is the first one, it's mandatory part, and then the appendices, which are just information. So in the mandatory, it's also stated that the aggregate has to be from the same source. So the blending of aggregates for this FC2 and SM mixes and DFC, but we didn't use this. So blending is not allowed.
Right. Okay. And if you could reduce that, and then on the next page there, the third paragraph up from the bottom, starting the designer should provide, if you could expand that. The designer should provide a list of approved aggregate sources for SMA, DFC, superpave 12.5 FC coarse and fine aggregates, and HL1 and superpave 12.1 FC1 coarse aggregates. That is indicating that the designer should provide a list of approved aggregate sources. That's referring presumably to the DSM, is that right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so if I take your prior answer, is that the appendix is not a mandatory requirement. It's not in the main body of the OPSS 1003, but nonetheless it is stating that is something that should be done, correct?
Yes, it is, provided for information. Yes, it's the information. I'm in the OPSS committee, so I know how this thing is. So it's not mandatory, but it's considered, as
it's good practice.
A good practice, yeah.
right? And you're aware of the DSM. So it would not, I appreciate what you said, that it is perhaps not a common practice for municipalities, but if you were aware that it is what the MTO did was require DSM approved aggregate sources to be used for high volume roads, and they're for surface courses. And you have this recommendation here that the designer should provide the list of approved aggregates in this appendix to the OPSS 1003. So you're aware of both of those things, right?
Yes, I know. The MTO would include, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, MTO would include.
Right. If it was an MTO road, absolutely it would be included. That it would have been a requirement, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, did it occur to you to specify that it would have to be when you were developing the specifications, that it would have to be a DSM listed aggregate source, or no?
So when I at the design stage, I just reference OPSS 1003, and then it would be only the aggregate, like, to meet those requirements that are listed there, that would have to be from the DSM list, because if you look at the requirements of the aggregate, they are very, 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 very tight. There would have to be, the material. But it's the DSM. Actually, DSM is not mentioned in the standard OPSS 103. It is in the current version, but that was the 2004 version. DSM is not even mentioned.
No, but as you indicated, I appreciate it, but as you indicated, you knew that's what this referred to, the list of approved aggregate sources, if I understood you correctly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if we could move away from that document registrar and go back to the overview document paragraphs that we were at, or pages rather, 34 and 35, images 34 and 35 of the OD. Thank you. So at the end in this memo, you indicated that it's not acceptable for use on this project at that time, currently. And so they have to go back, Dufferin needs to go back at that point to satisfy the list of items that you set out. Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
okay.
It is.
All right. It's 26 minutes after, Commissioner. Normal break time is 11:30. I was going to move on to a new document and set of documents. So perhaps this would be a good time to take our morning break.
Okay, that'd be fine. So then we'll stand adjourned for 15 minutes until 11:42. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Kozowski.
Return at that time.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, can we proceed?
Please do.
My very able associate, Chloe Henry, reminds me that I did not make an exhibit of RHV 935, which is the signed feasibility study dated August 2005. And so, Commissioner, if we could mark that as Exhibit 18.
Mhm.
Thank you. All right, Registrar, if we could go to overview document 3, image 39. And on paragraph 74, Dr. Zarowski, on April 23rd, 2007, Mr. Janicus, that's Paul Janicus of Dufferin, emailed you following up on an earlier meeting on April 13th and attaching a letter dated April 23rd, 2007 with SMA and other asphalt aggregate test results by TRO for Dufferin. And he answers some of the questions in your earlier memo that the proposed surface course aggregates from Quebec to mix have been tested for physical properties in a CCIL certified laboratory. And he attaches the results, which he says conforms to all the requirements of the contract. DCC requests that these aggregates be approved for use in the SMA and 12.5 FC2 mixes. And then he asks that Dufferin requests the fine aggregate used in both the SMA and 12.5 FC2 be obtained from different sources from the coarse aggregates. So first of all, do you recall, did the results meet the contract requirements for the SMA?
The results that Paul Jenica sent me, they were excellent.
Okay.
Excellent results, actually. You rarely see the aggregate results that are so good.
All right. And what about the second part? This is what you referred to earlier, that they were requesting that the aggregate in the SMA and 12.5 FC2 be obtained from different sources from the coarse aggregates. So we know they reverse on this after, but that's the point you were talking about, that we were talking about, that you have to be from the same source, all the fines and coarse aggregates.
Yeah, they wanted, at that point of time, they wanted to use the coarse aggregate from the mixed quarry and the fine aggregate from Marmora Quarry in Ontario that was actually on the DSM list. Right. But that was against OPSS, that OPSS states that the aggregate should be from the same source. So it was against the OPSS.
Right. And that's also the MTO requirement, right? For their projects.
Yes, it is a requirement that it should be from the same source. Okay.
And the physical properties, that's referring to what? Which test results?
So, I don't have them in front of me, but I can tell you the two main for me were the Los Angeles abrasion and microdeval. So I can tell you, I was, impressed how good these results were, because they were, as far as I remember, that LA was less than 20 and microdeval was about 1.5. So this is exceptional results.
Well, rather than do a memory test, why don't we pull them up? If we could pull up.
Oh yeah. If you can.
Yeah. Why don't we pull up Golder 1769 and beside it Golder 1770.
So at least this one shows the first micro. I'm talking about this aggregate testing results. So this is microdeval and 1.7, and I'm looking for what is the type of aggregate, because there were a number of results. So 1.7 microdeval, it is exceptional. I would say it's exceptional. 1.7. I don't know if you have more results, because
we could go to the next page.
Yeah.
I think there's additional pages. on 1770 register?
Because this is, fine, this is fine aggregate. I'm looking for fraction. Oh, this is for the screenings. That one was for coarse aggregate, the previous one, 1.7. Here you have for the screenings. Screenings are, there's fine aggregate. So it's 8.5, it's good, but the coarse aggregate was excellent. Then if we can go further.
The next page, please.
Yes. So now we have very absorption 0.7. So it's, I don't know if you, I know maybe I can use the.
Are you looking at the microdeval?
Yeah. So
at the bottom.
It is. Let me look at this screen. Sorry, it's. So yeah. This is like microdeval, and this is for 12.5 millimeter stone. So it was 3, and but if you look at the requirement for this aggregate is 10. So that this is excellent. This is excellent. Plus, all aggregate, because it's quarried aggregate with 100% crush. Then let me check here, because it's other characteristics. Okay, petrographic number. It's fantastic. It's 101. You see the requirement for this aggregate would be 120. So it's really excellent. Flat and elongated, but flat and elongated is how you crush. Very good. So all these characteristics are, in my opinion, they are excellent. So you rarely see some, the aggregates that have so good characteristics.
Okay, next page.
And here is you have the chips. So this is the second. So the previous one was 12.5 is coarse aggregate, and chips are also coarse aggregate. So you see in this case, microdeval is even better. So it's 1.4. You have some major. Of course, it's 100%. It's quarried, so it's 100% crushed. Okay, now petrographic number is even better. It's 100. Flat and alongs are, I think, of very low. So low. So again, these results are even better than what you showed in the previous page. So these are excellent results.
Okay. Next page. I believe there's one more.
Sorry, Councilor, that seems to be
That's
the
it?
end.
Okay, it is the end. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. And microdeval is, what does that show you? What does the microdeval test show you?
Microdeval, it's a resistance to abrasion. So in microdeval, you place a certain amount of a particular fraction of aggregate, you put in a small drum, and it's a wet test. You add a number of small steel balls, and you run it for a number of hours, and you determine how the aggregate will abrade. So it's abrasion resistance of the aggregate. So it's it is sort of indication of typically Los Angeles abrasion and microdeval abrasion. They are indicator of skid resistance of the aggregate. So this is abrasion of wear of the aggregate. So it shows this aggregate, like, I can say, you rarely see something like 1.4. So this aggregate almost doesn't abrade, doesn't wear. So
you referred to the LA abrasion. That's a different test than microdeval.
Yes, I was also talking about LA because later on we did also LA, but this is LA is more drastic than this, but this simulates the wear or the abrasion that occurs in highway pavements or road pavements.
Okay, if we could then go back from these documents to the overview document, image 39, please. And as I indicated, Mr. Janicus in paragraph 74, he's requesting the aggregates be approved for use. There certainly is not an immediate approval at that point from you. Is there a reason for that at that time?
You know, it was like, you know, so many years ago. So I know that there was some. I don't remember exactly the dates when I identified. There was some aggregate breakdown.
Right, which is you're talking about in the ignition testing.
In the ignition oven. So
right, which we'll get to, and that's in July. So
yeah.
we'll get to that in a minute. I'm wondering why here we're in late April. It's provided you these test results, which you indicate are very good. There's no approval forthcoming at that time. Do you recall why?
No, you know, it was such a long time ago. I don't know whether we issued any approval. I don't have records of this. I know that, in my opinion, the aggregate was of very good quality, so I had no base to reject the aggregate, and I think I would anticipate very good performance of this aggregate, but I don't have any. I couldn't find any written record of approval of that.
Right, well, we'll see that there are subsequently Dufferin is requesting approval. So we know that it wasn't given at around this time because Dufferin is proceeding under the understanding that they have not been approved. So why don't we can move forward and we'll get to that point.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was. I think I did the last minute, and you will probably show later on that I also wanted to, like, I needed some sort of performance confirmation of that aggregate. And so I still was not fully comfortable with this. I was thinking about field performance, a confirmation of that aggregate.
Okay, perhaps, and we'll see. There was the test strip was placed on July 25th, but we'll get to that point.
It was before. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry for I interrupted you. Sorry.
It's okay. Excuse me. Just to close off the point at if we go to the next image, 40 and 41. Paragraph 78, which is at the bottom of image 40. Mr. Paul Janicus of Dufferin wrote to you on May 2nd, 2007. And he indicates that Dufferin would like to retract the request to blend the premium sources for the SMA and the 12.5 FC2, and that they intend to use the coarse and fine aggregates from the same source. So that was the issue we were just talking about before. And then at the top of 41, he goes on to say, please advise if this aggregate is acceptable for both mixes as soon as possible, as we need to begin our mix designs. Also, please advise of the status on all the other mix designs. So we know at that point that there has not been, you've not issued an approval of the aggregates at that point, since Dufferin's still asking for it. just to close off that point. Now, if we jump ahead a bit, we know that the paving started in late May of 2007, involving the rich bottom layer and so forth, and then progressed through June and into July. And just to place it, we know that the SMA mainline paving began on August 1st. And if we can go to image 48 and 49. In paragraph 97. Oh, and before we apologize, another exhibit. We'll get the hang of this, I promise, Commissioner. But relying on the overdue document and already made exhibits, I probably take me a bit to train myself, but we need to make the OPSS 1003 document that I discussed with Dr. Uzorowski, which is an exhibit, and that's Golder 3905. And that's exhibit 19.
Exhibit 19?
Yes. Okay, so paragraph 97, Mr. Janicus for Dufferin emailed to you the SMA mixed design for the surface course. And within that, email attaching the mixed design, which is quite a long document. He's asking for approval of the mix. No, in the second last paragraph, let us know if there are any issues, as any delays in the approval of this mix will impact the project schedule. And this appears to be in keeping with the general approach in your quality assurance role, which was that Dufferin would seek approval from you, as we discussed, of the aggregates, mixed designs, and so forth. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Okay. And at this point, we know that the paving started on August 1st. We're at June 22nd. If Dufferin was required to use a different aggregate source at this point in time, because it wasn't approved for use, would that have occasioned some measure of delay for the project?
Oh yeah, very likely it would result in significant delay and of the project and the impact on the time of completion of the project, definitely.
Right. Hence, Mr. Janicus indicating that it would impact the project schedule if the mixed design wasn't approved, right?
Yes.
And the mixed design includes the aggregates, of course, right? That's just one of the components of the mixed design. Is that correct?
Yes. It's a part of the mixed design. Yes.
Right. All right. And as I indicated, it was actually May 29th that the Dufferin commenced the rich bottom layer paving. And how frequently were you on site during the paving? And I appreciate, yes, it was a long time ago, but I mean in general. I'm not asking you specific days, but in general, were you there daily, once a week, twice a week?
Oh, no, definitely not daily, because I had Mr. Andrew Slayers. He was my site supervisor, so I was in daily contact with him. So he was the person to be daily on site. But I would go on site probably at least weekly or maybe twice a week. It depends on if there were any issues, or like, of course, if there was a site meeting in Dufferin's trailer, then I would attend it. But if there was any issue, then they would that I considered I would have to go and visit and evaluate the condition, then I would go. So probably depending on what stage of paving I would go. Probably, when they did RBM, when they did SP 25, when did we SP19, and I would go and look at it or test it. Then I would go probably at least weekly, roughly probably twice a week.
All right, and just for the reporters' benefit, that's Andros Delos Reyes that Dr. Uzorowski referred to earlier, and he was the lab supervisor. Is that right?
He was the site supervisor.
Or site supervisor.
He supervised the field lab, but also he was doing the inspection and overseeing field testing. Yes, he was the site supervisor.
Right, and Golder had a lab set up in proximity to the construction.
Yes, we had a field laboratory near the construction site.
Right. And who is your main contact at the city of Hamilton during construction? Was that Mr. Audi?
During construction, Mr. Marco Audi.
All right. And how often did you communicate with him? Typically, we've seen the emails and so forth, but what about in person or on the phone?
In person, probably each time I would go to, so maybe, it depending on the importance of the visit. Probably each time I went on site, I would see Marco in person, but, we communicated over internet or sending emails or, phone calls, but in person, if that would be when I went on site, if there was some significant issue that we had to discuss.
Okay. And what about Miss Gary Moore? Did you see him much during construction?
Not really, not too often. Probably a few times when we, but no, the main point of contact was Marco Audi and Phillips.
Okay, and Phillips, that's and is that Walter Moranzan principally at Phillips?
Mainly, I think Gary Lensley, maybe a few times, but mainly Walter.
Walter Moranzan. Okay, and who is your main Dufferin contact? Is that David Hayner? David
Hayner, from the quality point of view, Paul Jenikas, and typically, I think David Hayner was on site a few times, but my main contact was Paul Jenikas, and I think Peter Gamble, maybe like 2 or 3 times. I don't remember how, but a few times Peter Gamble, but mainly Paul Jenikas.
Paul Jenikas, okay, and sometimes Mr. Hayner, but principally
Mr. Hayner, and also some other people from Dufferin, but mainly if I recall on site, I mainly, because there were some technical issues to be discussed, some fine tuning of the mix during construction, so that would be mainly Paul Jenikas.
Okay. And as we've seen, Mr. Janikas is frequently, it's him who is emailing you and vice versa, or sending memos to one another about mix approvals, aggregate approvals, so testing and so forth. That, and I guess your discussions on site follow that.
Yes, he was a technical person who,
Right.
understood the issues, and he was, very knowledgeable technically. So he was the guy that I would typically discuss. Other people were probably more from the management point of view, but Paul was the technical guy.
Okay. If we go to image 50, please. Maybe 50 and 51, just in case it follows. So at the top of page 50 is the reference to the site meeting that we already discussed on July 10th about the vibratory roller that we discussed earlier, just to place this in time. In paragraph 101, on July 17th, 2007, Mr. Janikas emailed you and Mr. Audi about ignition oven test results and physical property testing on the aggregates delivered and microdeval test results. And could you first describe what the ignition oven testing is and what its purpose is? I understand generally speaking, that it's intended to burn off the asphalt cement, leaving the aggregate for gradation testing. Is that in its simplest terms what it is?
Yes, it is. So, if just, if very briefly, like this, there are two methods of testing aggregate. It's aggregate gradation and also asphalt cement content. So one is by solvent or Rotarex method, that a solvent is used to dissolve the asphalt cement, and then you determine the asphalt cement content and the gradation of the aggregate. Another one is the ignition oven. The ignition oven, the difference is that in the ignition oven method, you just burn the asphalt cement. You burn the asphalt cement, and then you are left. So first, by the difference of, by comparing the weight of the mix before and after burning, you know how much asphalt cement you had. And then after you burn the asphalt cement, you can test the gradation of the aggregate. Yeah,
Right.
So these are two methods.
Right. The solvent method also removes the asphalt cement.
Yes.
Just a different method of doing so.
Yes.
Okay. In this email, Mr. Janikis refers to a concern was expressed over the percent breakdown discovered during the ignition oven testing at 30%. Dufferin Construction Company understands that this is not what is typically seen. However, it is not a requirement of the contract that these aggregates meet a specific maximum loss during the ignition oven testing. He goes on to explain the testing that they are doing, and that the aggregates are currently being tested at Golders for Micro DeVal. And again, asks that the aggregates, that if the aggregates continue to meet the physical requirements, that the SMA mix design will be approved for production. So could you just describe what happened with the ignition oven testing that he refers to and the concern that's expressed?
Because, whenever you use ignition oven, you have to do the correlation. So the correlation between the solvent, because the solvent is considered to be more realistic than the ignition oven, and determine the correlation, how much aggregate will disintegrate during burning of asphalt cement. But because in the ignition oven, you have to heat the mix to the very high temperature. It's well above 400, it may be 460 or 480, so it's a very high temperature. So some aggregate can disintegrate, or can, some breakdown can occur. So, if it's small, then, we use a correlation factor, and we can still use ignition oven. However, in this case, when I think it was our laboratory did it, when they compared the Rotarex or solvent method with ignition oven, they noticed that the difference was so significant that we could not base the results on the ignition oven testing, but we have to keep in mind that in the Hamilton field laboratory, we only had the ignition oven because it's such an environmentally friendly or sensitive area that we would never get permission to do the solvent. So we are only allowed to use ignition oven, but it didn't make sense because the impact of this high temperature was so significant. At the same time, the contractor, Tro, who was doing the testing of the mix for Dufferin, they used the solvent. So the final decision was that we would ship the samples obtained from the project. We would send them to Whitby for solvent testing.
Right, because you couldn't correlate the results with the testing being done by Dufferin's consultants.
Yeah, so you can, this time we would use the same method, right. But actually in some cases you can use different methods if the breakdown is very small. But this breakdown was so significant that we couldn't do it. We had to send the aggregate samples to Whitby for solvent testing.
Right. So He indicates in his email that we looked at that a concern was expressed over the percent breakdown. Who expressed the concern and what was it? Was that you or Mr. Delos Reyes?
I think probably it was initially Andrew, and he let me know. So we had concern, and this is also we got these results for aggregate testing from Dufferin, but we decided that we wanted ourselves to do some testing. So we trust the CCI labs, but we wanted ourselves to do the testing, and we decided to do microduval abrasion ourselves, and also we did LA abrasion, Los Angeles abrasion.
All right, and we'll look at those in a moment. Did the breakdown in the ignition oven, aside from the part that it creates the problem with correlation, as you indicated, that it means the test is a problem. So you need to do a different method of extracting the aggregates. Did it cause you any concern or not about the aggregates themselves that they broke down in the ignition oven?
That was concern from the testing point of view, because in the pavement you never hit the aggregate you cannot burn the asphalt cement when you produce the mix. So in the ignition oven, the temperature can be like well above 400, can be 460, etc. Why at the plant, when you produce asphalt, you hit the aggregate to you hit the mix to the temperature of about 180 degrees, not to burn asphalt cement, but not to even oxidize. Because if you increase the temperature too much, then it will not only burn, it will oxidize. So the temperature has to be very, very significantly lower, probably about, at the plant, depending on asphalt cement, it can be about 180 degrees. So there is no concern for us. It will anything will occur during production.
So it didn't create it didn't create a concern for you with respect to the aggregates themselves. It was just that it meant that the test was not something that you could rely on. You had to do a different method. Is that a fair summary? Because you're not reaching that temperature at any point in the normal production process.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to two tests that are not in the overview document from July 17th and 18th. So the first one is Golder 244, and the second one is Golder 245. Can these be rotated? Maybe we'll just, because it takes up more of the screen, why don't we look at this first? This is 244. This is an marked LA abrasion. Is this and you mentioned doing an LA abrasion test and a microduval test. Is this a Golder done LA abrasion test result?
Yes, these are the results from our test. This is a Los Angeles abrasion, a 19.2. As I say, it's incredible, a very excellent number.
An excellent number. Okay, that's the percentage of lost particles.
Yes,
of 19.2.
So the difference between microduval and this, that here you use a much larger drum and fewer but big steel balls, and also you rotate this thing for a number of hours, and you determine the lost particles, like change gradation and basically the abrasion, but it's more of impact than compared to microduval. But this is excellent number, 19.2.
Okay, and then if we could go to Golder 245. And I guess if we could register and mark Golder 244 as an exhibit. As I said, it's not in the overview document. I believe that's exhibit 20.
Noted, Council.
I told you I would train myself, and I have. See how long it sticks. This document is marked microduval, dated of the test, July 18th, 2007. Is this a Golder done microdeval test result?
Yes, yes, it is. So we did this thing, and basically it confirms the result that we got from Dufferin, the test result done by Troll. And it's also important that both Los Angeles and microdeval were so low. Basically, the rule of thumb is that if you add both, if you add LA abrasion and microdeval abrasion, and if you got the value below 40, it's a good aggregate. So in our case, we had like 20 something, 20, like very low 20. So it showed that it was a very good aggregate.
And which result are you looking at there? The loss again?
Yes. So
37.9?
No. So the final result is 2.5.
Is the which?
It's 2.5. Yes, percent.
The percent loss.
The percent loss. So it's
Yes.
2.5. And in the previous that you showed, that was LA abrasion, we had 19 point something. So let's say 20. So the rule of thumb is if you add both, if you have value below 40, then it's a very good aggregate. So in our case, we would have 22. So it shows that it was a very good aggregate.
Okay. If we could mark that as exhibit 21, Commissioner?
Yes.
Yep. And are these the results obtained following using the solvent extraction method?
No, that was the virgin aggregate. That
was the wedge?
No, this aggregate, that was a virgin aggregate, the aggregate itself, not extracted from solvent, because solvent can impact no, it was the aggregate from the stockpile.
Okay. So this is not part of what we just discussed about using the solvent extraction following the ignition oven test problem.
No, that was, we call it virgin aggregate. So the aggregate that is stockpiled was not included in production.
Okay, provided by Dufferin.
Dufferin, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And if we go to back to the overview document, we're at page 51, image 51 rather. Same thing. Okay, and so on July 18th, which is the same day as the second of those tests that we just looked at, Mr. Janikis wrote to you to provide physical test results and the physical property test results from construction testing asphalt lab from DeMix aggregates. And he indicates, it is our understanding that the microdeval was the attribute in question due to the breakdown discovered in the ignition oven testing. And the results indicate the materials delivered from the DeMix quarry meet the requirements of the microdeval abrasion loss. And then in the fourth paragraph, he asks, with the above mentioned results meeting the contract requirements, are the SMA and 12.5 FC2 mixes approved for production on the City of Hamilton contract? And then if after reviewing these results, there is still a question of the suitability of the aggregates, please advise Dufferin immediately, and a meeting with all stakeholders involved will be convened at the earliest possible opportunity. So was there still at this point a question about the suitability of the aggregates?
No, not really. You will probably see on the next page, because when I talk to MTQ to verify field performance.
Let's look at that, and then we'll pull that up, and then you can describe, so you're not doing it from memory. 52 should be 51 and 52. Thank you. So you said not really, and then you referred to discussing with the MTQ, and in paragraph 104, which runs on to the 2 pages, there's a note that you took on July 18th, 2007. And there's a reference near the top of image 52 to Daniel Fleury of the Quebec Department of Transportation. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. So go on. You said not really, and then you spoke to the MTQ. There we go.
So you see, I had like based on the results that I got from the testing. So it was original that they sent, then tested by Tro, and then tested by Golder. I knew the characteristics of the aggregate. It was very good. Then I got CPP in terms of that characterized polishing, and I know it was used as a reference by MTQ, and the results was good. So, but I wanted to have a confirmation about field performance of that aggregate. So I called MTQ because I knew MTQ. I know the papers. I called MTQ to discuss to get more information, to discuss the field performance of the aggregate. These are my short notes from that conversation. I called Danielle Fleury from MTQ, and I was informed that was this very good aggregates, one of the best in Quebec. They are used in hot mix asphalt on high volume roads, and actually it was indicated that at what we confirmed that the LA was below 35 and micro deval was below 15%. So it was just that element that I was missing about field performance of that aggregate. So that was the last element that I needed for to have my opinion about the mixed aggregate.
All right. And so those references to the micro deval and LA abrasion, those are the numbers that Daniel Fleury gave you. Is that right?
Yes. So she indicated that it is below. So it is, and actually our testing confirmed that it was well below. Yes.
Okay. And was your call to the MTQ, was that related to concerns arising from the breakdown of the aggregates in the ignition oven, or was it something else, or a combination of things? What was it, or was it just this final confirmation that you were referring to?
I think that was this final confirmation, because I knew about, I had enough information about the quality of the aggregate in terms of, mechanistic characteristics, and this, as I mentioned, micro deval, LA abrasion, petrographic number, other characteristics. I knew CPP. So I knew these values were good, but I wanted some information about field performance, how it performed in the field. And then I got this confirmation that it was one of the best and performed very well. So that was this missing element in my picture, in my opinion, about the aggregate.
Okay. If we could look then at the next entry in paragraph 105. So 5 days later, after your the call with the MTQ, in paragraph 105A, that Mr. Hayner, Dave Hayner of Dufferin, emailed Phillips and Mr. Audi of the city about concerns expressed about the demix aggregates in the SMA and FC2 surface courses, and about laying down the SMA test strip. And so he writes, Walter, please see the attached correspondence regarding the concerns of the aggregate which are to be used in the FC2 and SMA surface course mixes. As you are aware, we still have the test strip for the SMA scheduled for this upcoming Wednesday, and trust the documents below will satisfy the concerns verbally identified. Should there still be concerns on this matter after reviewing this information, please call me at your earliest convenience so we can arrange a meeting to resolve this matter. And if we could go to the document itself, this is Dufferin 1965.01. Or maybe just 0.1, that's the right call it. Thank you. And way this is structured is, and you're not copied on it, which we'll discuss in a minute. At the top is the email from Mr. Hayner that we're just reading from, and he is forwarding an email internally at Dufferin from Paul Janicus on July 20th to Mr. Hayner and Mr. Gamble. And in that, he says, Dave, attached is the package discussing the demix aggregates issue. Please review. And Commissioner, I can advise that, and this is indicated in the footnote 143 to that paragraph in the overview document, that although the email states, the email from Mr. Janicus forwarded by Mr. Hayner indicates that there are attachments, and you can see the image there at the bottom shows 4 PDFs, that there are no attachments to the document as produced. We don't have the actual documents. Dufferin has advised us that they have searched and are unable to locate them, and we do not have any production of that email from the city. And then there's the 4 items are listed: skid resistance report, or just the titles of the images of the document. Skid resistance report, mixed design examples, Red Hill Valley aggregate physicals comments, TRO 20th July 2007, and demix aggregates July 20th Dufferin cover letter. And we do not have those documents. So Dr. Uzorowski, you're not copied on either of those emails. Did you receive the email or be made aware of the email from Mr. Hayner at the time?
I'm not on the list, so probably under this inquiry, I would see the copy that you have.
Yeah, I mean at the time, until this inquiry.
No.
Had you seen this email? No.
No, I was not included in that email.
Okay, I get that. And were you aware back then of the email or its contents, even though you weren't sent the email?
I think that email probably, covered the aspect that you showed before, the correspondence in, all this.
The question I asked, were you aware at the time that this email had been sent or of its contents?
No.
Thank you. Could you go back, Registrar, to the overview document, the same page, 52? Okay, and in the email from Mr. Hayner on the 23rd, he 3 times refers to, I think it's 3 times, concerns raised, or the concerns of the aggregate. The documents below will satisfy the concerns verbally identified, should there still be concerns on this matter. 3 times he mentions that. Appreciating you didn't receive it. As of that date, do you know what concerns he is talking about?
No, he didn't talk to me.
Okay. Had you expressed concerns to Mr. Hayner or Phillips or Mr. Audie or anyone else at that point beyond the issues that we've already discussed?
No, I didn't. Only what was discussed.
Okay. What about Mr. De Los Reyes?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And the same day, if we look at paragraph 105B, and maybe you could put up the next image, Registrar, image 53 as well. On the same day, Mr. De Los Reyes of Golder is emailing you internally about SMA and SP19 mix design. And he reminds you of the test strip for this coming Wednesday, which we know is the 25th of July, and indicates if you are going to issue written approval with reservation for the SMA mix design, please include the SP19 mix design. We've already given the verbal approval during the regular monthly meetings just to confirm it in writing. So that same day, as Mr. Hayner's emailing Phillips and Mr. Audi about concerns raised about the aggregate, Mr. Delos Reyes is writing to you about if you are going to issue written approval with reservation for the SMA mix. And do you know what the reservation is that he's talking about?
I understand that his reservation was this aggregate breakdown.
In the ignition oven?
In the ignition oven, yes.
Okay. So that's what you understood at the time?
Yes, this is what I understood, and this is, I think, what we discussed.
Okay. And so we hear about concerns from Mr. Hayner in his email, and that you weren't included on that. Do you think you ought to have been included as a recipient of that email? And then the one that follows it on image 53, paragraph C at the top, there's a subsequent email same day by Mr. Janicus about the aggregates that you also did not receive? Should you have been?
I think, of course, I should. I was the QA person. I should be included, in my opinion.
Right. And do you know why you were not included?
No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know why. I think I should be, but I wasn't. No, I don't know.
And you weren't aware at the time, again, that, again, looking at the second email there from Mr. Janicus in 105C at the top, when he's emailing Phillips and Mr. Audi about prior use of demix aggregates by the Quebec Ministry of Transportation, giving some three examples of prior usage. You didn't receive that either?
No, I only saw it during this inquiry. Not that time. No, I didn't.
Okay. And you weren't told about it being sent. Is that right?
No, I wasn't.
Thank you. Now we know that Dufferin placed the SMA test strip on one of the Mud Street interchange ramps on July 25th, 2007. And that's if we at the bottom of image 53. So if we could move image 53 and put up image 54 as well, please. And you were there for the placement of the test strip, is that right?
No, I was not. Andrew was there.
Oh, sorry, you were at the later meeting. I apologize. You were not there, but okay. And so your notes from that day do not reflect that you were attending at the test strip placement. It's just that the test strip was occurring.
The test strip was occurring, yes.
Okay, Mr. Delos Reyes was there. Okay. And you did attend a meeting, which we'll discuss in a minute, on the 27th. Do you recall where it was located?
On a ramp, much to the ramp.
Right. And I'm going to put up a map that you had previously annotated for us. This is RHV 930. And is that part outlined in red there on the Mud Street interchange? Well, first of all, that's the Mud Street interchange, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's where the Red Hill curves up north as it moves from the link if you're going in a eastbound and then northbound direction. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then the red indication there is the approximate location of the SMA test strip?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how do you know that that's the case? Is that you can recall that? You know where it was laid?
I think Andrew told me, and I think I also saw when I came to for a site visit. I think I had a look at this, so I knew I was pretty positive. I'm pretty positive that this is the location. I saw it.
Okay, well, there was a meeting on the 27th.
Yes.
And so we'll get to that in a second. So what was the objective of this test strip? You can take that down, please. And you don't have to back up.
As I indicated before, the test strip is to check, because they did the trial batch. So
Yes.
in that trial batch, they determined that what fine tuning was required to produce them.
So they is Dufferin and their consultants in this case?
Dufferin, yes, and their consultants. So now the objective of the test strip was to make sure that they can produce a significant amount of material of that particular mix, and then they can place it and they can compact it in such a way that they will meet the specified requirements.
Right.
So before they do the mainline paving, the test strip was to verify that they can produce, place, and compact in accordance with the specification.
Okay. And if you could talk about then the results of the test strip in paragraph 108 on image 54 and 109, Mr. Reyes is emailing you on the 26th and 27th of July and 2007 about the test strip. And he indicates that the thickness is thinner than required. There seems to be some sort of aggregate breakdown. He sends you some photographs. And on the 27th, he attaches the test strip results stating air voids is low, DCC that's Dufferin, got 6.22 on their AC, but seems to be higher on AV, 3.1, which does not jibe with their test result on trial plant mix. And then you met with Dufferin and the city of Hamilton to inspect the test strip on the 27th. So what was the problem?
Oh, the problem was with the quality of the test strip. So there were a few items. First, the mix itself. You can see in my notes that the air voids, these are the air voids I got from the lab, that they were only 1.7%. Also, I think we gradation failed on 475. Later on, we identified that there was an error. It was 0.75. So the mix itself, then the compaction was low. And one thing why the compaction was low, why it was so difficult to compact, because the thickness of the mat was significantly reduced. Actually, I got information from Andrew de los Reyes that the thickness of the mat was only 32 millimeters.
Right, 32 millimeters and supposed to be 40.
It's supposed to be 40. And it's a stony mix, it's stone on stone contact, and the thinner the lift, the more difficult it is to compact. So
as you're trying to push the stones,
yeah, so
the aggregate into a smaller space.
You have stone on stone contact. You cannot, you have no room for relocation of the aggregate. So I also understand that, I think from Andrew, he told me that they even tried to use vibration, and this is why they probably got this aggregate breakdown. So they had thin lift, they tried to pack it, they couldn't get compaction, and they broke the aggregate. Some broke some aggregate. So, in overall, in my opinion, they failed the testing.
And that's what you indicated according to your notes, that the test strip what has failed.
Yes.
Notes, and the test strip is rejectable.
Yes.
And you described the reasons. Okay. And when you say low air voids, that mean there are not, just to make sure we have the right nomenclature, that the air voids within the placed asphalt mix are too small?
No, these are laboratory air voids. So
That's the lab air voids.
these are laboratory air voids. So this is the characteristic of the mix, because field air voids are 100 minus compaction, 100% minus compaction. These are field air voids. But this 1.7, this is laboratory air voids. This is the parameter of the mix itself.
Okay, so they're not there talking about the results taken from what was placed in the test strip.
Yes, so they took a sample,
Right.
it to the lab, they took it through a gyratory compactor, compacted it, and they realized that the air voids were too low.
But when it says low lab voids, you're talking about air voids.
Yes, low laboratory air voids, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's where my confusion was. And you refer to the gradation failed on 4.7 millimeters. That's talking about the sieve, the 4.75 millimeter sieve.
Yes, I stated it was 475, but I think I understand that there was an error and it was actually 0.075.
I think we'll come just your
okay, yeah.
You do make an error, but you correct it after. I think this is the correct one, but we'll confirm that in a minute.
That's a sieve, yes, sieve size.
Okay, and that means that what is it? Too few aggregates are going through the sieve, or too many?
I would have to look at the gradation and we'll see on what side we are.
Okay, that's fine. We'll come to that. And so this is what you advised. You indicate in your notes there's a meeting with Marco Adi, James DCC, Andrew, and LU. So you're LU. Andrew is Andrew Dellis Reyes, and James DCC, is that James Wari?
Yeah.
Different?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall that those people were all there at the meeting, or do you have a specific recollection of that, or is that just recollection based on your notes?
I think, I would have to rely on my notes because it was such a long time ago. But I think that, that's the advantage of taking the notes, because after so many years, I would have no chance to remember. But, when I look at the list, so definitely these guys were on site when we met. So the four of us met.
Okay, thank you. And you do a test strip. Is it uncommon that test strips fail?
No.
Or is that a regular occurrence?
I would say, it's a regular occurrence. This is why we do test strip. So we want to make sure that before we do the mainline paving, we can verify that the contractor can produce. So this is the idea of this. This is, the main road, main line. So just not only to verify, but also the contractor can learn, because they will see, okay, where they fail. What should they do? What should they fine tune the mix, or should they correct the paving operation, compaction operation, monitor the temperature itself? So this is, I think, very important for them. Not only for me to penalize the contractor, but for the contractor to learn how they have to modify the paving operation to make sure that they do it in accordance with the specification.
Right. And your reference to, just want to be clear, the aggregate breakdown. Mr. Dellis Reyes in his July 26th email says there seems to be some sort of aggregate breakdown, and you indicated that your understanding was that Dufferin had used vibratory rollers on the test strip. Did I get you right on that?
I think it was probably in Andrew's comment that they had nuclear gauge. They noticed that compaction was low, so they wanted to apply more effort to improve compaction. But as I mentioned, this is like, non-forgiving mix. If you don't compact it immediately, there is no chance. And on top of this, there was this thin layer.
That it was thin.
So when they packed it and apply vibration, they crushed some aggregate.
Okay. All right, and then if we could keep 54 up and move to, and put up 55 as well, please. So in paragraph 110 at the bottom of image 54 on July 31st, Mr. Delos Reyes emailed you attaching the SMA nuclear density compaction test results for the SMA test strip and said they are proceeding ahead tomorrow on SMA. SP 12.5 looks okay, compaction wise and matte texture. And then you wrote in paragraph 111 on July 31st, you emailed Mr. Janicus, Mr. Audi, and Phillips attaching SMA test results, including those that Mr. Delos Reyes had emailed to you that day. And then you wrote what was in that paragraph, in which please find attached the results of the laboratory testing of the SMA plant sample obtained during the test strip on July 25th, 2007, and the test strip compaction results. As discussed at a meeting with representatives of the City of Hamilton and Dufferin Construction on Friday, July 25th, 2007, the mix did not meet the specified requirements. The laboratory air voids at end design and the percentage of the material passing the 0.075 millimeter sieve are in the rejectable zones. The superpaved gyratory cylinders prepared with this mix were presented at the meeting. They look much richer and finer than the cylinders prepared with the SMA trial batch mix that met the specified requirements. Also, the SMA compaction results were in the rejectable zone at a number of locations. The test strip is not acceptable. We recommend a new test strip be completed. We understand that Dufferin Construction intends to place the SMA mix on the main line tomorrow. Dufferin Construction should be aware the test strip has not been approved and the paving will be at their entire risk. So one thing, there's a reference to material passing the 0.075 millimeter sieve, and which is what you were referring to before when you were looking at your meeting notes. I can tell you that later that day, Mr. Delos Reyes corrects you to it being the 4.75 millimeter sieve, and you correct it the next day. So just to deal with that issue. And as we discussed earlier, the addendum to the tender, addendum 1 that we discussed, if there's a failure of the test strip, Dufferin's supposed to do another one, are they not?
Yes.
Okay. And so why is Dufferin moving ahead without one, to your knowledge?
I can tell you, like, we as a consultant, or Gold as a consultant, we can evaluate the test strip and we can say that the test strip passed or failed, and we can advise the contractor and the owner, the contract administrator that it failed, and this is it. We cannot force the contractor to do it. I can advise and say, hey, you do this thing at your own risk. You failed, but this is the maximum I can do. I cannot. I have no other power to enforce the contractor to do it. So at the same time, they learn what was wrong. So this is one of the things that they learn, but they should repeat the test strip, in my opinion.
Right, and the city could certainly require it of Dufferin, could they not?
Oh yes, they could.
Okay. And do you recall, you sent this email, you were advised by Mr. Delos Reyes of Dufferin's intention to proceed. And do you recall if you spoke directly to anyone at Dufferin or the city or Phillips who told you that this was happening or and advised you of what was going on?
You can see the thing in my notes on July the 27th that we met on site. And then I told them that the test strip is rejectable. So that was the city, Dufferin, and Andrew and myself. So, that was meeting on site, directly on site when we met, and then plus the email.
And that's is that the only discussion that you recall about it, the meeting on site on July 27th?
Yeah, again, it was so many years ago. So I think I probably, unless there is something more in my hand notes or in my journals, but if there is nothing. So it would be probably the site meeting that is in my notes, and then followed by an email.
All right, and I mean, there's nothing else in your notes. There's no other communication. It does strike me as something that there would be, you have the site meeting. Dufferin says they're going ahead. It does strike me as that something you would have at least a discussion with at that time with the city, Phillips, or Dufferin, but you don't have any recollection of that. Is
no,
that fair?
I don't.
Okay. I believe I may have, after tooting my own horn, forgotten to make an exhibit of the last document. That's right. Yes, it's the map, which is RHV 930. Should be marked as exhibit 22, Commissioner.
Thank you.
The test strip map. I think this would be a good time for the lunch break. It's 12:55, and I was going to go next to Dr. Uzorowski's discussion with Chris Raymond at the Ministry of Transportation on July 31st, but likely take more than 5 minutes. So this may be a good time to take the lunch break, Commissioner.
Let's take our break then, and we'll return at 2:10.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. Dr. Uzarowski, when we left off, we were talking about July 31st, 2007, and your email to Duffer and Phillips and the city about the failure of the test strip and Duffer proceeding with the placement of SMA the next day. If we go to overview document 3, pages 56 to 57, please. And it's paragraph 114, which goes on both pages, refers to a July 31st, 2007 call by you to Chris Raymond at the MTO. And at the bottom of that page, going on to the next page, is his entire text of his email internally the next day at the MTO, reporting on his discussion with you the prior day. And he's writing to Becca Lane, Kai Tam, and Chris Rogers within the MTO, but of course you're not copying on it, this is internal. He says, I received a call yesterday, Tuesday, August 31st. We know he means July 31st. He's writing it on August 1st. From Ludimir Yu of Golder Associates. He had heard a rumor that the ministry no longer allows Ontario trap rock in SMA. I informed Ludimir that the ministry has had concerns with early life friction in some SMA pavements. In response to these concerns, the ministry continues to investigate early life friction and has formed MTO industry task groups to discuss the issue the last 2 winters. As an interim measure, the ministry has developed a short list of acceptable SMA aggregates, which are communicated through special provisions 313 S45 and now 110 F12. The special provisions do not currently list Ontario trap rock. Also in SWR, we look at the cost implications of the limited SMA aggregate sources in the area to determine if SP 12.5 FC2 should be the surface course on potential SMA projects. Action has also been taken on carryover contracts to ensure acceptable early life friction. Ludimir expressed concern regarding the proposed use of SMA on a City of Hamilton project, Red Hill Creek Expressway, where the contractor has submitted a mix design using a Quebec source, Demix Varenne. The aggregate is not on the ministry's DSM. Ludimir indicated he was going to follow up with Chris Rogers regarding the background of this source. A possible outcome is that the City of Hamilton could make a request for friction testing. So I'll ask a number of questions about this email, but starting off, does Mr. Raymond's email reporting on this the next day, on your call the previous day, accurately reflect your conversation with him?
I think it does. Yes.
Okay. And why did you call Mr. Raymond in particular rather than someone else at the MTO? Just apart from the substance of your call, why did you call Mr. Raymond in particular?
First of all, I knew Mr. Raymond quite well. He did his PhD at the University of Waterloo, and I did my PhD at the same university, and his wife, Professor Susan Tai, was my supervisor, so I knew him quite well. But at the same time, like from my hand note, you can see that I also tried to reach other people. I think since I wrote their names, I probably tried also to reach other people at MTO, but Chris was, Dr. Chris Raymond was the best guy because I knew him and he was very knowledgeable.
Okay, and you're referring to in the prior paragraph 113, if you could go back one page, Registrar, Dr. Uzarowski's notes on July 31st, at the bottom of that page in 113, they indicate a number of names: Judy Pretty, Anil Varani, who is an MTO person, Chris Raymond, John Blair, another MTO person, Chris Rogers at the MTO, his phone, and there's a reference to SMA Trap Rock and other items. So that's who you think you may have also tried those people, or Chris was the first one you got?
I think maybe I tried to, I only don't recall, honestly speaking, Judy Pretty. The name sounds familiar, but I cannot put a person, in front of my face. But I knew Virani very well. Of course, Chris Raymond. I knew John Blair. I know Chris Rogers. So this are the people that I could talk about this. But obviously, Chris Raymond would be probably the best choice, because I knew him and I knew how knowledgeable he was on this subject.
Okay, and he was a senior bituminous engineer in the bituminous section at the time at the MTO. So, okay, if we could bring back 56 and 57, please, just so we have the email in front of us. And excuse me, to deal with one specific issue, in the second sentence, Mr. Raymond indicates that you had heard a rumor that the MTO no longer allows Ontario trap rock in SMA. Do you recall when and from whom you heard that rumor?
I don't recall, but actually his note corresponds well with my note that I also wrote about Ontario trap rock. I would like to clarify one thing, that Ontario trap rock is not the trap rock in the entire province. It's just one particular quarry.
It's capital O, capital T, capital R is the name of the company and quarry, which is a source of trap rock, which is a type of aggregate.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about it. I just wanted to clarify this.
I'm glad you did, because I was going to get there. So thank you.
So I'm sorry. So that was, I must have heard about this. So it basically, raised some concern, because I Daphne wanted to place SMA on that house. So whatever was related to SMA was of my interest. So I heard about this thing. So I wanted to talk to knowledgeable, because the people from bituminous section, they know everything about asphalt mixes in Ontario. So to get their input, to get their information. Also, if I can, I also had some question about acid modification. This is in my notes. So I must have heard, something about a problem with SMA if acid modified polyphosphoric acid is used as a modifier for asphalt cement used in SMA. So I wanted to clarify this, but also, to clarify this Ontario trap rock and, those restrictions that I heard about the use of Ontario trap rock in SMA.
Okay, do you recall when you had heard that? How far in advance of this call?
No, I can only, it was such a long time ago. I have to rely on my notes, and I couldn't find anything more on mine.
Do you think it was a matter of days or weeks or months?
I think it was probably days, or maybe on the same day, or days.
Yeah. Okay.
I would rather say probably days. Because this is why I decided to call, and you see those my notes that I tried to reach somebody at MTO. So I must have heard this, and I wanted to get their input, MTO input on information from MTO on this subject.
Right. And so you don't recall where you heard that rumor from or when it was, except likely it was in the order of days prior to the call. Fair?
No, it is. Yeah, it is fair. No, I don't recall exactly. It was such a long time ago. No.
Okay. So he indicates that you expressed a concern regarding the proposed use of SMA on a City of Hamilton project where the contractor has submitted a mixed design using a Quebec source that isn't on the DSM. Was your concern with the use of SMA or with the aggregates being used in the SMA, or both?
No, not concerned with the use of SMA, because I was convinced that that SMA was the right application. But I was, as mentioned before, I would prefer if that was on DSM list. So I wanted to share my concern with the fact that this aggregate was not on the DSM list.
Right.
I'll get their input on it.
Okay. And so that was the concern, was that the mix was not on the DSM. And so the concern with it not being on the DSM then, do you recall his reaction to that? But he told you about it. He has his note, but do you recall if he had any reaction to the concern that you raised?
I know. I think it's, my reaction was, even from this note, I think I was pretty convinced at the end of this conversation that we would have to do friction testing. And
right, and that's the last sentence.
Yeah.
Is a possible outcome is that the city of Hamilton can make a request for friction testing. And do you recall whose idea that was? Was it yours or his idea?
I think it was the result of conversation. If you use, then test the friction.
Okay. And is the reason for that because the mix aggregates was not on the DSM, and because one of the requirements of being listed on the DSM is the friction testing and polished stone value testing and so forth to pre-approve the aggregates, that friction testing would be a good idea to conduct in light of the aggregate not being on the DSM.
So that was one. The aggregate was not on the DSM, and at the same time, Chris, told me about this Ontario trap rock and high early strength. So that would be, if we tested friction immediately, then we would know what we have and actually what based on the results that we get, what action we can would be required. So that was that would address both things.
Right. So it's two parts. Was, if I understood you correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, one was the aggregate is not on the DSM, therefore had not been pre-qualified as having good frictional qualities. And the second is the issue that he identified with you being the low early age friction issue that the MTO was dealing with for SMA. Is that correct? So,
I had no base to reject this aggregate, but obviously I would, yes, I would prefer if it was. So I had some, I wanted to have a better comfort. So I think, in my opinion, if and that was the result of the conversation, if we tested, then I would know right away was there. And I have to also point one thing that since I'm involved at a lot of airport work, I was a member of AAPTP when actually one of the subjects was using SMA on airports, and that included also the subject of early friction. So, I remember that the conclusion there that there was some issue, but they were still within a reasonable values. But, if we did this thing, so I would know, if I did the friction, I would know, the early friction results on that pavement, and also was it any impact of that, the fact that this aggregate was not on the DSM list on the results. So I think I believe that, you know, at the end of this conversation, I was convinced to do friction testing.
Okay, and there's also a reference in there right before that you indicated you're going to follow up with Chris Rogers regarding the background of the source. And Chris Rogers was at the time was the head of the soils and aggregates section at the MTO, which administered the DSM, correct?
Yes.
You were aware of that. Okay. Do you recall if you called Mr. Rogers?
I think I probably tried, but I wasn't successful. This is, you know, I don't have him. I think if I contacted him, I would have something in my notes, but I don't have him. I probably, you know, if I said I would try, I would, but I probably wasn't successful. Because it's not easy to contact those guys.
Okay. And so was this conversation then the genesis of the MTO friction testing that took place on October 16th, 2007?
I think so. Yeah, I think, you know, I can probably say that at the end of this conversation, I was convinced to do the friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Understood. So to come back though to what we were talking about before lunch, you still did have concerns. I think you had indicated, well, the test strip failed. I wasn't concerned about the aggregates. You did have concerns still, and that's why you called, as you described them, and that's why you called Mr. Raymond.
Yeah, so one was DSM, another thing was, you know, this information about Ontario trap rock. So, you know, as I mentioned before, obviously I would prefer if it was, so that the subject would not exist.
Yeah.
But, you know, I had no base to reject. There was, Dufferin, you know, was to place the SMA, but, you know, it was still, you know, in my mind that I wanted to gather, you know, as much information and has as much input on this as possible.
All right. And do you recall if around that time of this call that you spoke to anyone at the city about friction testing occurring? Mr. Audi, Mr. Moore, anyone else? I know later in September there's a call. I mean, at this point in August, September, July 31st.
I think, you know, I don't know if it's in my notes, but I probably, I think I definitely talked to the city I talked to them with the information that I would recommend doing friction testing after the SMA was completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. And we know that Dufferin started the SMA paving on August 1st. And if we could go to, well, actually, we're on page 57. On page 57, paragraph 117, we know that Golder conducted compaction testing on August 1st and August 3rd. I'd like to look at the August 1st results first. And that is Golder 1718. And we need to pull this up as a native, Mr. Registrar, as I believe it's an Excel format.
Okay, 1 second.
And while he's doing that, Dr. Zarowski, you'll see it's a nuclear density compaction report. So this is what you were talking about earlier when you referred to compaction, and that's the testing that you do to determine whether the compaction is acceptable.
Yes, yes, we use a nuclear densometer, so we would use nuclear densometer, but it would also correlate it against cores.
Okay, if you could go up to the top, Mr. Registrar, and we're gonna have to maneuver this around a bit. So asphalt nuclear density test results summary. I think I see the date paving. Could you expand that cell if you're able to do it, the date paving? The far left one.
I can try zooming
It's
in.
August 1st. There we go. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. It's August 1st. And if we go to the bottom, could you take us down there? There's a number of things that we'll talk about, but at the very bottom left, it talks about stretch vibrated 1,300 meters. And it says 23 plus 800 start vibration, stretch not vibrated 1,950 meters. Total paved 3,250 meters, presumably. So it appears from this, and this is a Golder test result, right?
Yes.
That Dufferin used the vibratory function on the roller for a portion of the SMA placement on the first day, August 1st. Is that right? That's what it shows?
So, sorry. Yes. Yeah. And this. I understand. Yeah. This is how I understand it. Yes.
Okay. And were you there that day?
No.
You were not?
No. I know. I was. I only Andrew De Los Reyes and probably one of our technicians.
Okay. So we can, I don't think we need to go to it right now because I'd like to leave this up, but your journal entry for August 1st, that same day, and it's quite a short entry. This is in paragraph 116, just for the commissioner and everyone else's reference, says 1 RHVP test strip SMA 4. So what were you doing that day?
Oh, if it's, if it's 4, so it's probably number of hours. So I probably went there. So sorry, I didn't if it was in my journal, you said?
Yeah, we can go to it if you want.
Because I think 4 would be the number of hours. So I probably drove to Hamilton, but typically I would. That would be Andrew and one of his technicians to do the testing. I could go and have a look, but I don't recall. Maybe it's a journal.
Oh, sorry, I apologize, Dr. Izrowski. You have a notice up here. Mr. Letterman says that they've lost connection. Okay, if we could just hold on for a moment. Our first major technical snafu, I think. Apologize. He's back. Mr. Letterman, are you back?
Hi, Sandra. Sorry, the message said real time. Can you just confirm if it's still connected?
I see it's connected. Is everyone else still connected except Mr. Letterman?
Oh, we don't either. I don't want, if we're not getting real-time transcripts, I don't want to hold up for that. We need to continue ahead.
If everyone can maybe just log off and log back on again with the link, hopefully it'll get up. I think some people are coming back up, or something's happening with the connection. The real time's still going, so maybe people can just log on and log off and on.
Are we back on? Okay. If everyone is back on, I know that we are. Oh. Now I don't know where everyone is. Is everyone still on, or are some people logging off?
I will just post the link for the real time in the chat again, just for ease for everyone.
Thank you. Going to just, may I proceed? There's the link. Okay. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you weren't there for the placement per se, but you were likely on site that day. Is that right? Did I understand you
Yeah,
correctly?
yeah. Because typically it would be Andrew and his technician, but if my journal notes indicate I was there, I would be probably there to discuss what they can do to improve compaction.
Okay, so we'll come. Why don't we just finish looking at this nuclear density report, and then we'll come back to the note in a moment. So it says, as I said, that part of it vibrated, part of it not. And you said earlier that number one, that you got to be really careful with vibration with SMA for the reasons you described. Second, that you think that the test strip laid on July 25th, that there was some aggregate breakdown, and that may have been a result of the vibration being used on the roller. And then here we have vibration being used again. So do you know what was going on there and why vibration was being used for part but not the rest?
Because you could see that some of the results are marked as like there are some acceptable, some borderline, and some rejectable. So probably when they were doing the testing, they noticed that some are low, so they wanted to improve compaction. And as I mentioned before, I realize the specification doesn't restrict the use of vibration, but the contractor has to be careful. Yeah, so that probably they were there had some lower areas of compaction, so they turn on vibration to improve it.
Okay,
so that's probably why this is what's reported. Okay,
above where we were looking about the vibration, just underneath the chart, there's the range that sets out acceptable, borderline, and rejectable percentages. And the rejectable percentages is under 93% or over 98.5%. And then there's an average. If you go across the bottom of the chart, it says averages, and it shows 91.7%. And that's the overall average. Is that right? Overall average compaction?
Overall average, yes. But you have to keep in mind that what you say, what you just said, acceptable, borderline, and rejectable, is for the center. And then you have below longitudinal joints, acceptable, borderline, and rejectable. So if in column F, where you have center line, this would apply to row 111, 12, and 13. And where you have outside edge or center edge, that would reply to 117, 118, and 119. So these are edges versus center line, yes? Because we included in the specification, we also included edge compaction, joint compaction, yes, to have this S, let's say.
It's a lower percentage at the longitudinal joints.
Yes, but we wanted to include it in the specification because it's often ignored.
Right.
And you can get compaction, good compaction in the middle, but poor at the joint. So we included this thing on purpose.
Okay, and I understand that the range there for the rejectable range is a tighter, as I think you described, a a tighter specification than is actually required in the OPSS standard. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, we, you know, this is the some kind of, how we often approach it. So we tighten the specification, we raise the specification requirement, assuming that, if even if the contractor is still a little bit below, it will be still better than in the original OPSS. So this is used to force the contractor to put more effort and more attention into compaction. Yes?
Right. And is the OPSS lower rejectable range, is that 92% rather than 93?
It is 92, and there are no joints, no edges in OPSS.
Okay. And so here, in the top three, the rejectable range being under 93, that would normally be under 92. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I went through the numbers and counted that of there's 99 samples here. 53 are rejectable, and of that total amount, but it's significantly improved when you're in the vibratory roller area. And if the registrar could scroll up a bit, it actually shows where. Continue. There it is. Vibration started at this location at 23,800. So is that what you would expect to see? Better compaction with the use of the vibratory roller?
Oh yeah, you will get better compaction, but at the same time you don't want to. So it's like this OPSS does not restrict using vibration, but it's a practice. Be careful. Yes, it's like be careful with it. So yeah.
Okay, I understand. And so if we could then go back to OD image 57. I should ask you overall, I mean, I just described to you what the slightly over half were rejectable. What do you make of that when you get those kind of results?
Oh, I definitely report it to the client and to CA and the client.
And what's the effect? What's the effect of low compaction on pavement performance?
Okay, it's again, the impact can be the durability.
Yeah.
And then I recall that we worked with Dufferin how to improve compaction in the most effective way. So you probably, and we stated this thing later on in a CTA paper. So they increased, they did what, so that time they were responsive because they increased the number of rollers.
Right, and we'll get to that, to the improvement.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the effect, so it's a durability is the.
Durability, yes.
Okay, so here's the note that we were referring to at paragraph 116, that your journal entry stated RHVP test strip SMA 4. So you think that the 4 is the number of hours that you spent? Is that right? I think I caught.
Yeah. If it's number 116, it's in my journal. So the 4 would be the number of hours. So me driving there and back, and so yeah. So that was that this is how I understand this. Yes, this is how I record it.
But it refers to the test strip. Who are you discussing the test strip with, and what test strip?
I don't know whether I wrote it, whether I was on site. I think a test strip, maybe discuss the results of the test strip, how to improve compaction. So Yeah, I don't know, like, I definitely, this August the 1st was the main line, so it wasn't a test strip.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because, the test strip was on the 25th that we already talked about. And on the 1st, of course, they're paving the main line.
Yeah.
And they're, using vibratory roller for part of it and part of it not. So what I'm wondering is that is whether this was on the 1st being treated as a test strip.
No, I don't think so. On the main line, you don't do test strip on the main line.
I wouldn't have thought so, but that's what your note says from that day, refers to test strip, which is why I'm asking the question. Related to that is, in the nuclear density report, we talked about the vibratory roller being mentioned, right? It actually refers to that. Is that typically what does Golder typically include that information in its compaction test result reports?
No, typically not. That probably, and because that was written by Andrew, so probably, he noticed that change in, in what Daphne was doing in terms of compaction. So he wanted to know this. No, typically would not write this.
Okay, and I think we'll look at some subsequent ones. It doesn't mention whether vibration is being used or not in the subsequent nuclear density test report. So, which would, and that would be the normal practice for Golder, is that right? To not be mentioning that?
Yeah, and the normal practice would be not to mention.
Okay. And then again in 117, it also indicates that the compaction test results on August 3rd. And if we can go to that, it's Golder 1717. And again, Registrar, if we could pull that up as a native. If you could go up to the top, just so we can identify the document. Thank you. It shows as the date paving, the 3rd of August, 2007. So 2 days later. Do you recall if you were on site that day or not?
I'm not sure. I would have to check in my journals, but I know I don't recall.
I don't think we have a note from that day. Oh, no, we do. Oh, we do. Sorry, 118. I apologize. We do. We do. Sorry, we should go back. Apologize, Registrar, if we go back to images 57 and 58.
How good to
and your note from August 3rd refers to Red Hill Valley Parkway, SMA for results, and says 2 trips to Hamilton. Does that help you out?
Yeah, so it would show that, yes, sorry about that, I didn't remember, so I would have to totally
that was my fault.
On my notes or on my journals, yes.
Okay, so you were on site that day, is that right?
It shows that, yes, I was.
Okay. So, sorry, if we could go back then to Golder 1717. And these results are, as I read them, I think you reviewed them as fewer rejectable samples. I think it's 26 of 73 are indicated as being rejectable. And if we go down to the bottom there, Registrar, it doesn't give an overall percentage in this instance, though. So those are improved results?
Oh, yeah, these are improved results because I think, we discussed this with them, how they can improve compaction.
Okay, and do you know one way or the other whether Dufferin was using the vibratory function on the rollers on that day?
No, if there is no note, I would not know.
Okay. All right, and if we could go back to the overview document 3, image 58. And on this is paragraph 119. You emailed Mr. Audi along with Phillips and Mr. Delos Reyes regarding your concerns about low compaction. And I'm gonna, if we could take that off for a minute or scroll up so only paragraph 120 shows. Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back to that. That showed some information that I think was supposed to have been redacted, but it does not appear to have been. So, or won't show it then, but you indicate, could you please call me? There are quite a few, this isn't the portion that's up. This is from paragraph 119. Could you please call me? There are quite a few locations where the SMA compaction is low, some are even below 91%. We are concerned about these locations. Low compaction is almost a constant issue with the SMA paving. I suggest that we carry out additional nuke compaction testing at these locations in the presence of contractor's representative and then decide what to do. The feasible alternative would be to reduce the payment based on the percent compaction. So you're still at that point on August 8th, having concerns with compaction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is continuing from the August 1st and 3rd results. Here you are talking about results on August 7th. And do you recall, it's almost a constant issue. So what were your concerns at this point? It doesn't appear that there's been any, or perhaps not a lot of improvement. Do you know why that was?
You know, I think there was some improvement, but still there was, I wanted to put as much pressure as on the contractor as possible to make sure that they would improve compaction and meet the specified requirements as much as possible. There is nothing more I can do. So put more pressure on them so that they can modify the compaction operation and get better results. And it is possible, but that requires a lot of attention from the contractor, particularly on the SMA mix.
Okay. And if we go to then, if you highlight paragraph, paragraph 122 on that page. No, that and, oh, no, I guess it's that page, yeah. Thank you. So on August 15th, Mr. Delos Reyes emailed SMA compaction test results from August 11th and 13th, showing compaction as acceptable. And I wonder if we could go to Golder 1684 and pull it up as a native. And what was it that Dufferin did to improve the compaction?
So, first of all, I would like to clarify that, our people are not allowed to instruct the contractor how to do it. But I would go and discuss this thing with them and we'll discuss together what can be done. And I think here the results are much better because they did what we discussed. And what we suggest, first, increase the number of rollers. Two,
Increase the number of what?
of rollers.
Rollers.
So I understand that this is in one of the papers that they increase the number of rollers to 6. Okay, then, and this is critical, keep the distance between the rollers and the paver as short as possible. So it means that they can compact the SMA, this SMA that is so difficult, immediately after they pave because the mix is very hot. So that's easy. 3, monitor the temperature. Because if the temperature of SMA drops before 140, then there is physically no way. And 4, reduce the amount of water that they use, because sometimes, you know, some rollers use a lot of water, and you put water on the surface, you cool the mix.
Right.
So this were the things that we discussed, what you can do to improve compaction, and actually, you know, and this is a good example that at the end it worked. Of course, I would prefer if it was right established during the test strip, but you know, at the end, when you know they were responsive, they corrected, and they improved compaction, and compaction also means the quality of the mat, but without this heavy vibration and you know, taking the risk of crushing the aggregate.
Okay, and if we go down this, so this is from the 13th of August, this particular one. And again, it doesn't tell us here whether vibratory rollers were used or not, but if we look at the acceptable, borderline, and rejectable ones, the first 3 lines beneath the chart there, I see that the rejectable percentage is now, it says under 92 or greater than 97.5%. So that's the OPSS standard, right? 92 rather than 93.
So it's a typo. No, it should be still 93.
Well, so the reason I think it's not, if you go up, it will just start at row 62, the third one from the bottom of the chart. Or you can pick any other ones. Between 92 and 93, it shows as being acceptable, not in the rejectable range. So it appears that what's being applied is the OPSS standard here. Is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, but you know, still the original. So you know, I can tell, you know, in terms of long-term, you know, obviously it was better than OPSS. So I told you before that, you know, I tightened this thing on purpose, okay, because this is what I anticipated.
No, and you were clear about that. You indicated that you'd hope that they would get that high, but if not, then they're still within the OPSS standard. Yeah. I get that. However, and I understand that, but these results, again, if I count them up, if 93 was the rejectable range, there would still be a number of them that are rejectable. I count 12, if my math is right. 12 of the results would be over 92, but under 93. So there has been a change in here as to what is considered rejectable or acceptable. Agree with that?
This 93 should be for what is in column F under center line. That should be 93.
Sorry, where is that?
In column F.
Okay, so column F. Yeah.
Where you have center line.
Yes.
That should be, it still should be 93.
Should be 93. Okay.
To follow the special provision, yes, for this project. Yeah, so it should be 93.
Right. You're right. The improved, right, to follow the your more stringent requirement. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now, if we could go back to image 58 in paragraph 120. And if you could highlight 120, please. Thank you. So as we had it before, on August 9th, Mr. Audie emailed Mr. Hayner, Mr. Gamble of Dufferin, and James Wari at Dufferin, all three of them at Dufferin. And he wrote, this correspondence confirms that the Varennes de Mix aggregates have been approved for use in the SMA and superpaved 12.5 FC2 surface course asphalt mixes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway mainline paving project. The trial batches for both mix designs met the specified requirements. If we, okay, did you receive a copy of this email? You weren't copied on it.
No, I didn't.
And were you aware that this email was sent by Mr. Audie? Did he tell you he was sending it?
No, I didn't.
Sorry, no, he did not?
No, he did not. I was not aware.
Okay. Did you just become aware of this email in the course of this inquiry?
Yes. Yes, I was.
And given your role as you've described it as quality assurance and acceptance, mixed design review and approval, including approval of aggregates, is this something that you would have expected to be involved in?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And do you know why Mr. Audie did not involve you in this?
No, I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but I don't know.
Okay. I'll offer speculation, and you can tell me if you know this or not. Were you being bypassed because you had been difficult with approval of the aggregates?
I think overall I had the opinion of being difficult and very demanding, not only for aggregates but for the entire work. I think that was my opinion. I was strict and difficult or demanding.
But you don't ultimately know the reason why you weren't copied on this?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, if we could jump to image 60. And these are the site meeting minutes from August 21st, 2007. And this is after the SMA paving was completed. It was appears to have been completed on the 13th of August. And you were at this meeting, and it indicates under section 1, the 5th bullet. It says Golder has completed their analysis and provided written confirmation indicating, thank you. 5th bullet, in confirmation indicating the SMA mix design is satisfactory. So it's referring to mixed design. It doesn't refer specifically to approval of the aggregates. But other than that August 9th email that we just showed you from Mr. Audie to Dufferin, are you aware of any specific approval by Golder in writing of the demix aggregates?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Of the aggregates, no.
No. Or of the mixed design more generally, appreciating that the aggregates are part of the mixed design?
No, I don't have any records, but actually the mix design itself as the mix was okay. The mix, was done in accordance with OPSS and met the requirements for the mix.
Right. But okay, but then the aggregates we talked about that before, they are part of the mixed design, although I appreciate a discrete part in a way.
Yes.
And so just to confirm, you're not aware of an actual approval given by you or anyone else at Golder of the aggregates?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. You can pull that down. Thank you. I should also indicate, Commissioner, I understand that Golder has made efforts to locate, a document of that nature and has not been able to, but efforts have been made.
Council, I can confirm that.
Yeah, thank you. Now, if we could go to image 61 and 62. And paragraph 127 sets out Commissioner sets out emails between Dr. Uzorowski and Mr. Delos Reyes on August 21st, 2007, following the site meeting we were just talking about, pertaining to 32 asphalt test results conducted by Golder, and the results on a number of those tests being rejectable, and then there being some confusion around potential mislabeling of some of those results. And I can advise there's no communications following this in the inquiry database about the results or any follow-up on them. But given the number of test results involved, as you can see, they're cited there in the at the bottom of image 61, and just sort of the complexity of the explanation given, I thought it was more efficient to have Dr. Uzorowski and Mr. Delos Reyes address the matter by way of affidavit rather than oral evidence and in chief. So I'd like to, we can pull up Dr. Uzorowski's affidavit. I'm not going to ask any questions on them today. It's RHV 928. And this is the affidavit of Dr. Uzorowski, affirmed on April 8th, 2022. And this provides an explanation of the issues in that paragraph of the overview document. If I could make this an exhibit, I believe it is 23.
Mm-hmm.
I got a thumbs up from Ms. Hendry, which means my numbering remains correct. And then if we could pull up RHV 927, which is Mr. Delos Reyes's affidavit. He'll be testifying on Monday. But so we have these together. I think it makes sense to do that. And it's the affidavit of Andros Delos Reyes, affirmed on April 9th, 2022, which deals with the same issue. And if we could mark that as exhibit 24. Okay, thank you. I'll proceed then. If you could take that down, Registrar. I was going to now move on to the topic of the MTO skid testing, the arranging of it and skid testing itself. And we're planning on the break at 3:15, but perhaps since it's a new topic, would this be a good time for the break?
It will probably be a good time. Should we take the full 15 minutes, or should we shorten it?
I think I would leave it to Dr. Uzorowski, and I'd fine with 10 minutes. Take a quick break if that's okay with Dr. Uzorowski. I would also ask, I think I will be finished by the end of today. And so I'd ask council for the participants to start thinking about, so we can have a discussion at the end of the day about allocation of time tomorrow. If I do continue on to tomorrow, it will be quite short, but I'm hopeful to be done by the end of today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Let's
So-
take a 10-minute break.
I mean, yeah,
And I'd encourage council to have a conversation with Mr. Well, think about the conversation with Mr. Lewis, which I guess you'll have at the end of the session today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Registrar, I'm going to switch to overview document 4. And in particular, images 49 and 50 to start. So Register, did you catch my instruction? Overview document 4, images 49 and 50. There we go. Thank you. So I want to talk about, as I indicated, the lead up to and the skid testing itself on the Red Hill on October 16th, 2007. In paragraph 109 at the bottom of image 49 and going on to 50, you have some notebook entries from September 10th of 2007. And I understand that these reflect discussions about the MTO conducting the skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, which you had discussed with Mr. Raymond, of course, back on July 31st of 2007, as we discussed. And so do you recall who you had discussions with? I see references there in the first note. It says request for the city of Hamilton, SN, give the location. Frank, tomorrow. Frank, I think, is Frank Marciello of the MTO. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And then on the next page at the top, it says estimate 40 miles an hour, posted speed, a wet test, Monday, 10 a.m. Gary. And then there's another in 110, it says Red Hill Valley Parkway, Gary Moore, IRD instrumentation, SN testing, Chris Raymond, SN, RBM spec, and Andrew deficiencies. So the SN testing, that means skid number testing, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so these are notes in part referring to arrangements for the testing. And do you recall when it says request for the city of Hamilton? What's that talking about? Is that about the MTO wanting a request made by the city of Hamilton?
Request.
Or is that?
I think a request for the city. Then I don't recall what, I know it was about the friction testing.
Right.
And obviously for the city of Hamilton on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. But I can only say that, yes, I wanted this testing to be done and it was supposed to be done. But,
right. And in the next paragraph, 111, it's an email from Mr. Raymond to Mr. Marciello and Ms. Lane internally to the MTO, referring to a telephone call with you. When he says, Ludimir called me this afternoon, sorry, I'm trying to get around my camera, regarding the city of Hamilton friction testing that we discussed this morning. And right, so do you recall who you spoke to at the city about this? In light of your notes?
So maybe when I said request, maybe this is maybe when I talked to Chris and asked about this. From the city, it would be Gary Moore or Marco Odi or both of them, but definitely Gary Moore would know about this. And
so definitely Gary Moore, maybe Marco Odi.
Maybe Marco Odi, but yes, Marco Odi was in charge of construction, so I would have to let him know because that was his responsibility,
right? Because
the project has not been completed and open to traffic. And Gary Moore was the person, he was the director of engineering of that, so he would have to know this. So likely both of them.
Okay. And in the last sentence of the paragraph of the email at 111, it says, I informed him that we would conduct the testing once the request is received. And we can get to it, but there's subsequent correspondence about the testing and about a request being required by the MTO. Do you recall that as being an issue? Why don't we go to it? At images 52 and 53, if we could pull those up, please. So there's a series of emails internal to the MTO that follow an email from you in 116, in paragraph 116 at the top of image 52, where you email Mr. Raymond, and in the last sentence, also as discussed with you before and with the City of Hamilton, could you please carry out the skid number testing on the RHV pavement? That leads to a series of communications internal to the MTO. In 117, Mr. Raymond indicates internally in the second paragraph, Ludimir is requesting friction testing and the city does not have objections to the testing, but the city is not making a request to the ministry. And there's some further discussions. In 119, Mr. Kazmarowski, that's Tom Kazmarowski of the MTO at the time, indicates we should have Ludimir instruct the city to either request the testing or at least approve Ludimir's request for testing and give permission for us to test their facility. And there's, again, further discussion about it. And in paragraph 120, Ms. Lane indicates we don't need a letter of request, but we do need their approval, referring to the City of Hamilton. And in 121, Mr. Raymond says, yes, the city is in agreement, but it is strange that the city are not willing to write a request. I asked Ludimir to specifically send me a request from the city a few weeks ago. And then Ms. Lane responds, says maybe they are concerned about the results from a liability perspective. And then she said, anyway, we'd agreed earlier this year to provide testing rather than money for instrumentation, which was their original request. Please coordinate with Frank. So do you know why the City of Hamilton did not want to make a request directly to the MTO?
No, this is, I don't know. And you know, I would have to speculate, but no, I know that I wanted, and the city, you know, agreed with me that, you know, the city gave me okay for friction testing, but I don't know why they didn't want to issue a request for testing, and that would have, I would have to speculate.
Did Mr. Moore or Mr. Audi, did you have any discussions with them about that? I mean, you must have had some discussion, because if you knew that they weren't going to make a request, you must have had a discussion with them.
Oh, you know, like they are the owners of the road, so I had to get their permission. Right. So I had to talk to them and get the permission. They knew about this, that I wanted to do the testing, and the MTO was ready to do the testing for for free, yeah, because that was their contribution. But I don't know why they didn't want to issue a request. You know, it's probably okay. I want to do it, so they agree with this thing that it can be done on their road, but I don't.
Is there concern about a freedom of information request might result in something in the disclosure of the request for the testing? Was there any discussion of that?
No, this is like, you know, I didn't hear anything. I don't know, you know, this whether there are there were any politics or something. I don't know. I only know that I got okay from them from the city to do the testing, but they didn't want to give the request.
Okay. And you referred to a contribution in those emails, and we will be asking the MTO people about it. They talk about in relation to an earlier suggestion that they agreed earlier in the year to provide testing rather than money for instrumentation, which was their original request. Do you have any knowledge about that earlier? Those earlier discussions prior to your July 31st discussion with Mr. Raymond?
I know that there was a discussion because the city wanted to install the monitoring station that would include, those pieces: one, the traffic monitoring and pavement response. So the city was trying to get some contribution from the ministry, and I think as far as I recall, even University of Waterloo offered that if they get some money, that they can double the funding through NSERC. So there was some discussion because there were a number of parties involved.
Did you know that at the time, or is this what you've learned after the fact?
Oh no, about this. I know not after the fact. I knew about this. I knew, for instance, about NSERC because I think Professor Tai told me that if we get some funding, then if it's through the university, that they can double the funding. So I knew at that time, well before this inquiry and the testing, but not about the details. Like that was rather between the city and the ministry who would contribute to what. I
want to come back again to 2007. At that time, because you had your discussion on July 31st with Mr. Raymond. Prior to that, were you aware of discussions between the city and Hamilton about friction testing?
No, friction testing. No, the friction testing I think was after my discussion with Chris Raymond, okay. But about friction testing. But I know that there was discussion about the monitoring station.
About the monitoring stations, yes,
Yes.
I understand that. I get that, and there will be evidence about whether friction testing was discussed. But I just want to be clear: when you had your discussion with Mr. Raymond on July 31st, if I understand you correctly, you were not at that time aware of any prior discussions about friction testing on the Red Hill. Is that correct?
No, I don't recall any before.
Okay, thank you. And we know that you had Mr. Delis Reyes get involved in making the logistical arrangements. Is that right for the testing to take place?
Yes, I asked Andrew to do it. Okay,
and we know that Mr. Delis Reyes gave some instructions and or rather let Dufferin and Phillips know that this was going to take place, that the testing was going to take place. And this is at, we go to images 55, 56. And this is at paragraph 127 at the top of 56, where Mr. Delis Reyes forwards an email from Mr. Marciello to Phillips and to Dufferin, James Wari, stated, "Gentlemen, for your information and permission." And he's forwarding an email from Mr. Marciello about making arrangements for the testing. Did you have any recollection of you yourself discussing with Dufferin or Phillips that skid testing was going to take place?
No, I don't recall any. I think I left it to Andrew because he had to arrange this thing with the contractor. That was construction site. It was still not open. So their construction, there was their responsibility. So he had to get their permission.
Right, because if they're going to drive along a still not open construction site, you want to get the okay.
Yeah, they were in charge of health and safety on that road, so he had to get their permission and arrange this thing with them.
Okay. And were you weren't present for the actual skid testing when it occurred on October 16th, 2007, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And then if we go to OD for image 62. We'll come back to that image at the top, but on October 18th, this is paragraph 139, at the bottom of the image, Mr. Raymond emailed you and Mr. Delis Reyes the MTO's friction testing results that was conducted by Mr. Marciello on October 16th, 2007. And he wrote, attached, please find the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Please pass the results on to those involved with the project. You may wish to note that some of the friction numbers less than 30 correlate with being located under a structure. Should you have any questions regarding the results, please do not hesitate to contact us. And before we go to the results themselves, what did you understand Mr. Raymond's comment to mean where he said you may wish to note that some of the friction numbers less than 30 correlate with being located under a structure?
So, I look at the numbers and it was obvious that wherever there were structures, the numbers were, overall, they were significantly higher than 30, but under structures, a few numbers were slightly below. So I understood that this was because of the presence of the structure. So exactly at the location where the structures were.
And overhead structures, you mean overpasses of some for the roads?
Yes, overhead structures, yes.
Yeah. Okay, if you could pull up 61 and 62, please, Registrar, just so when we have both charts up. And we can expand them when we need to. But what did you refer to the number 30? The friction number is less than 30. What did you understand to be the significance of the friction number or skid number of 30 for the MTO?
Here I was thinking about this initial friction number would be before the pavement structure was open to traffic. So the number 30 was the expected value that the ministry expected on the pavement. So I think that was how I would call it, like, I think if they call it in one of the papers expected value for early friction to consider this thing as acceptable.
Okay, so just want to back up, putting aside the Red Hill for a second.
Yes.
Are you saying that did you have an understanding at the time about the MTO's use of the friction number of 30 for some purpose?
Like, there was general opinion within the pavement community or industry that the value of 30 was the how can I say, like, expected value of reasonable, acceptable value for asphalt pavement.
As the friction number. If it was 30 or above, 30 or above, it was okay.
Sorry?
If it was 30 or above, it was okay.
Oh, so basically, if it was 30 or above, that was okay. Yeah.
Okay. And that's something that you knew through your experience at the industry. You were aware that the ministry used it in that fashion. So
yes, it was like, it was generally well known. That number 30 was known by the industry and in the pavement community. Yeah.
Okay. And and did you understand what the MTO's approach was when an FN of under 30 was obtained from its skid testing? Did you have any appreciation or understanding of that?
So, this was only for me, it was just the initial friction number. So I knew that this number would go up almost right away. In this particular case, I don't know if this is your question, like, my opinion, when I look at this, I know, okay, 30 was expected. There are some numbers slightly below. I know it was not open to traffic. So when they open to traffic, it will go almost immediately. Because not immediately, because when the asphalt cement film wears off, it will go quickly up. So I anticipated very soon it would be above 30.
Okay, so just to unpack that a little bit,
yeah.
Are you referring to specifically SMA pavement and the early low friction issue that we talked about earlier, or any pavement?
Any pavement.
That's new. Okay, that it initially you'll have a lower FN, but it will increase once there's some traffic on it, and it's
yeah. Initially, you always have, because you have the surface of the aggregate is covered with relatively thin film of asphalt cement. The SMA is a little bit thicker, but when it wears off, it exposes the surface of the aggregate. So the SN or FN numbers go up immediately.
okay.
Oh, let's say immediately, I mean within like whatever. Typically, I think we consider this like 60 days or 5 weeks or something like.
That it will take to increase.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, were you aware, in light of your conversation with Mr. Raymond back in July 31st, about the specific issue with SMA early age low friction? Was that something you also had in your mind when you were looking at these results?
So, I was interested, of course, because that was the purpose for me. So I was interested, but, when I look at these results, I consider these results maybe, of course, I would prefer not to have a single one below 30, but when I look at this with, a few just very slightly below and the average 34, I thought that were, good, acceptable numbers.
Right, and I think there were 5 of the total numbers are slightly below 30 in the between 29 and 30 with the decimals.
Yes,
there's a 21 is 28.7, but slightly below 30. So 5 of them are below there. And what did you take from Mr. Raymond's mention of it being underneath, of the lower results being underneath structures?
So it was like, the overall between the structures, those values were okay, and then there were some under the structure. So I knew it would go up, but likely it was because of some shadow, maybe lower pace of weathering, or so there was obviously some impact of the structure, whether it's probably mainly because of the shadow and oxidation of a slower rate of oxidation of asphalt cement. But I think that was some slight impact of the structures, of the presence of the structures.
Okay, but to be fair, you probably didn't really know what the reason was. You just took a note as the way you're describing it. It's sort of like maybe it was this, maybe it was that, but there's a correlation, it appears, to being located underneath the structure. But do you really actually know, or did you know what the reason was?
No.
Okay. And prior to this, just to confirm, you had been involved in the British pendulum testing when you were at Jago, but not with the type of skid testing that the MTO did. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
All right. And did you have any further discussions with Mr. Raymond about these specific results? There are some subsequent discussions that we'll get to in a second about potentially doing British pendulum testing and so forth. Do you recall if you had any further discussions with Mr. Raymond about these results?
No, I think I thank him, but I don't recall any particular conversation about his results.
Right, and yeah, you'd sent him an email back saying, thanks very much. That I will, and indicating that you would discuss it with the city. And if we could go to image, keep 62 there, move to 63. At the top of 63, as you indicated, you thanked Mr. Raymond for the results that you were to discuss with the city, and then you forwarded Mr. Raymond's email with the friction test results to Mr. Moore and Mr. Audie, indicating, please find attached the results of the friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway completed for us by MTO. I will call you to discuss the results. Do you recall discussing the results with them, and if so, which of them?
I definitely would give them a call and talk to, I think it was probably, okay, these are the results, and the results are, in my opinion, are good, are acceptable, not perfect, but acceptable. And, I would have to check if there is anything in my notes, but I definitely would call them. Yes, call them and discuss it, but I don't have any particular.
So we do in your notes, we have a couple of notes of yours from, if we go to the typewritten transcription at RHV 933, images 181 and 182. And so you see that on October 18th, it indicates RHVP, SN numbers, also instrumentation, PM24, and October 19th, RHVP, Instra project. So there's not anything, it does say SN numbers on October 18th, but does this assist you at all, or?
SN numbers, yeah, so I probably, okay. I probably called them and told them this is like these are the SN numbers that we got from Chris. But see, I also talk about the instrumentation, because that was a big involvement that time. So I understand. Yes. I sent them an email and I follow with a telephone call, but there was nothing particular. It's probably, okay, these are the numbers and the numbers are acceptable.
Okay, and am I correct that from the way you've described that you don't have a specific recollection of the discussion, but you believe that you did call Mr. Moore and Mr. Audie to discuss the results, and that you would have said that they're acceptable results? Is that correct, or do you have a specific recollection of speaking?
No, sorry, I interrupted. So no, I don't have a particular recollection, but this is something like I sent an email and then I said I will call you. So I will probably get them a quick call and say, okay, these are the numbers, and the numbers are good, are acceptable.
Okay, and do you think you would have discussed the significance of FN30 and there being results below FN30? Is that something you would have discussed as well?
And I don't anticipate I would discuss this because they were very slightly, and I anticipated as soon as it was open to traffic, they will go higher because it was pretty good. So no, I didn't have any particular concerns with this thing. So
I get that. I'm just wondering if you would have discussed that with them. And would you have discussed the likelihood that the numbers would increase?
yeah, it's possible that I would tell. I don't have, detailed recall, I guess, because for me it was like, so close. But obviously, I think they were aware, and I was aware that it would go up immediately. But I don't have detailed recall whether I would just tell them this particular thing that.
Okay, and why would they be aware that the numbers would go up? Did you have an appreciation that, or believe that Mr. Moore or Mr. Oddie had an understanding of friction numbers and so forth?
I think why, probably because it's like it's a common sense. It wears off quickly, and then the numbers go up. But I know, but for me, because I'm a pavement and materials guy, so for me it's obvious and common sense. So I realize that.
Okay, so you may or may not have discussed that with them.
You're right.
Okay. All right. Now, if we go to image 65. Sorry, image 65 in the overview document 4. Thank you. On paragraph 146, on October 19th, so again, the day after the testing, you emailed Mr. Raymond and with Mr. Delos Reyes about British pendulum testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you indicated, Chris, I talked to the city of Hamilton today. You can go ahead with the British pendulum testing on the SMA on the Red Hill Valley Parkway before it is open to traffic. Please let Andrew Delos Reyes from Golder know when you will be doing the testing. And we know from subsequent emails that the British pendulum testing didn't take place, but it says that you talked to the city of Hamilton today, which was the 19th of October. And do you recall again who that would have been about British pendulum testing?
So, that would be definitely Chris Raymond.
No, sorry, you wrote to Chris Raymond, but who at the city of Hamilton did you talk to today on that day that you referred?
So it would have to be or Gary Moore or Mark Hoddy. This would have one of them, but I think it was just for I believe for correlation. So it would be from the city. It would be just a courtesy, just to allow the ministry to do the correlation.
Okay, so when you say that, do you mean, are you saying that you think that it was the MTO that wanted to do the British pendulum testing for the purpose of correlation between British pendulum testing and the MTO skid tester?
Yes, I think MTO wanted this.
Okay, so you're saying that was a request not from you or from the city to the MTO, but it was a request from the MTO to you and the city. Is that right?
Yes, this is my understanding. This would be a great opportunity for MTO to correlate the Lockwood tester against British pendulum tester on similar weather, the same pavement. So these are rare opportunities to do this. Yeah, I think it would come from MTO.
Okay, and you said that was my understanding, but you were the one that was involved in it. So is that your recollection?
Again, I'm pretty positive that it will come from MTO, but I don't remember the detailed conversation. But to me, it would make sense, and I'm pretty positive that it would come from the ministry.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. And we'll Well, see, it didn't take place. There's an email later from Mr. Raymond that says, I think that the pendulum testing of the SMA will not happen. Do you have any recollection of why that was?
No, I know. No, I don't know, you know, with why.
Okay.
Because I think also if I recall, also OMPA was talking about some correlation. So no, I don't know why it didn't happen. No, I don't know. Like, you know, we gave them the opportunity; they could do it, but at the end, they decided not to do it.
Okay, and then if we could go to, actually, it's still at 65, right below there. Paragraph 147, on October 22nd, you sent an email to Mr. Raymond with the subject line, pavement shot blasting. And you're giving him information about a company named Blast Track. We understand shot blasting is a method of friction remediation. Is that correct?
So not only it's a method of retexturing of pavement. So you, by doing shot blasting, you improve macro and micro texture.
Right.
So
which has a salutary effect on the frictional quality.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, that's the main purpose. So
right.
Yeah, I don't know if you want more information about.
Not at the moment. The question is actually, does this request? Sorry, this question. You're giving them this information. Did this have anything to do with the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, not with the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. And because there's emails and there's a number of things of emails back and forth about shot blasting and so forth. And I want to take you to images 69 and 70. And so beginning at the bottom of 69, paragraph 155, you emailed Mr. Raymond with the subject line, friction on SMA on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway, which appears to be responding to your earlier email about Blast Track. And again, you're giving him at the top of page 70, contact information for Blast Track. And then you talk about, you ask him if he would like to tour the Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement and instrumentation, and talking about arrangements for that. And then if we go 157, you'll see that Mr. Raymond responds to your email. He thanks you for the Blast Track information. And then he says he's been really busy here with SMA issues and construction of the MTO's first pervious payment. I assume he means permanent, but pervious payment. And says, I will follow up with you regarding the tour of the site once I hear from Becca. I think that the pendulum testing of the SMA will not happen. So that's what I was just referring to about the British pendulum testing not happen. But it's the subject line says friction on SMA and Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway, and then you talk about the other issues, including Blast Track. So you've indicated that the Blast Track information was not about the Red Hill. Can you explain this?
No, I think that the subject is because, you know, you just, when you respond to somebody's email, you click reply and the subject comes automatically. But you know, we sometime before we talk about this low early friction. So in my mind, it would be one possibility of addressing low friction, but by using Blast Track. You know, at that time I was thinking about Blast Track also on skid brake and wheels, but Blast Track because it's very quick, it's low cost, and very efficient. I sent it to Chris because I attended a conference in the States on airports, and they had a practical demonstration I was very impressed how quickly, how effectively, how good it looked after just one pass. So I was so impressed that I got their contact information and I wanted to share it with Chris, because I think if they have problem with early friction, that can be one of the solutions.
Right. And we anticipate that Mr. Raymond will indicate that this was not, the blast track information was not about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. It was just in light of that email, which is, it's the same subject line as was used in Mr. Raymond's email on October 18th when he sent you the results, friction on SMA on Hamilton's Red Hill Valley Parkway. So do I understand you, what you're saying is you picked another email and with Mr. Raymond and you responded to it in that way with the subject line? Is that what you were getting at?
I think so, you know, you just click reply or whatever, or reply, and then it comes, the subject comes automatically. No, I didn't have any other friction of SMA. No, not about blast track and SMA on Hamilton. No, that was not related.
Okay. Now, we know that the MTO conducted skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2008, each year in 2008 through 2012, and in 2014. For the most part, we're not going beyond 2007 and 8, but I just want to cover this area in this portion of your evidence. So that subsequent skid testing that was conducted by the MTO, were you aware of that testing at the time it occurred in each of those years?
No, I was not.
Okay, and when did you become aware of it?
About this investigation, about this, and you know, during this inquiry, but also there was it was before inquiry or during inquiry, an article in Hamilton Spectator.
Yeah, there was, before the inquiry was called, there were publications in the newspaper, but that was in 2019. So you're talking about much after the fact, when the issues in this inquiry became public. Are you saying that's when you first learned about the subsequent MTO skid testing?
Yeah, so that was because there was also, I think, some interview with the minister, and then they said, so that was the first time, and obviously during this inquiry.
Okay. And did you also become aware at some point that the Demix-Varennes quarry had been added to the MTO's DSM list?
Oh yeah, I noticed this. It must have been after 2009. So, but I knew this. I knew that the mixed quarry was placed on the DSM list.
Right.
In 2009, it was placed in 2009. But when I noticed, probably somewhere about, I don't know, 9 or 10 or something.
Yeah, at some point after when it was added to the list in 2009.
Yes.
Okay, and as we said, you were aware that in order to be listed on the DSM, that skid testing had to be conducted on a road containing the aggregates in question. Were you aware that that skid testing had been performed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I was not.
Okay, and if we could go to image 90 in OD4. Excuse me. So there's two paragraphs, 2012 and 2013. And then in the first one, on November 15th, 2010, so we're now in 2010, Mr. Marciello, Frank Marciello of the MTO, who did the skid testing at the MTO, and Becca Lane of the MTO had an email discussion where Mr. Marciello is writing about the arrangements made for the skid testing in October 2007 and just explaining what had happened there. And then he indicates in the second paragraph, northbound lanes have shown declining friction properties from the start, while southbound lanes improved in the first year and then started declining after. You weren't copied on this email. I appreciate it. But then you'll see in paragraph 213, Ms. Lane writes back to Mr. Marciello, "Good stuff, Frank. Thank you. Perhaps I will call Ludimir for a City of Hamilton contact." And then she goes on and asks Mr. Marciello for the most recent friction testing results from the spring of 2010, which he provided to her. So do you recall, appreciating you weren't copied on these emails, but do you recall whether Becca Lane of the MTO called you to ask for contact information at the city at around or about that time?
I'm not sure at that time. I know that probably, a few years later, she contacted me and I gave her Gary Moore's contact information, but I don't think it was in 2010. No, I don't think it was in 2000. It was probably a few years after.
Okay.
I don't
so, and just on your level of certainty of this, you are certain that at some point Becca Lane contacted you and you gave her Gary Moore's contact information. You're certain about that. Is that correct?
I think so, but it was, I don't know, maybe like 2015, 16, something around that time. At one point of time, I think she contacted me. She asked me, and I thought I would. Yeah, I think I gave her Gary's contact information.
Okay, and the timing of it, how certain you were about that? You said maybe I think you said at first 2 or 3 years, and then you said maybe 2015, 2016. And I'm just wondering, do you have any more certainty other than that that you don't think it was in 2010?
Oh, definitely it was not in. I don't think it was in 2010. It was no. I think it was maybe I was wrong that I say 2 or 3 years after. I think it was. I can check again my. I
don't think we have
but not at that time. I don't think at that time. Okay, it was much later.
By all means, let us know. We're not aware of a note that indicates about that. Is it fair to say that you don't have, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have any certainty about the timing of the call other than that it wasn't in 2010? It was at some point a number of years after. Is that, but you don't have any certainty? Could it be 2014 or 2015 or 2016? Are those equal possibilities, or are you more certain of one than the other?
I think, there are probably some emails around that time when she sent me something, I responded. So I think there are probably records of this, but I don't recall anything in 2010.
Okay, well, we don't have any other information that indicates when the call was. So otherwise I would be using that to refresh your memory.
So definitely not. I don't recall anything in 2010. I know it was, it may be 15 or 16, because 15 I was involved in asphalt cement investigation. So that was probably roughly about that time, but okay. not at this, not 2010. I don't recall.
Do you recall if what she was calling you about? Was it about the Red Hill Valley Parkway? And these emails, seems to be talking about friction results. Do you recall what she called you about and you gave her Gary Moore's number for at that later date?
You mean in 15 or 16 or something? Yeah, that was something about Red Hill. I think it was Red Hill Valley Parkway. I can check. I would have to check the emails, but she I think yes.
Okay.
To me, I can check my emails or my records, but not at this time, no.
Okay, so we're not aware of any further communications about it. I'm sure Golders Council will let us know if there's something that we haven't seen.
There's not in this time period, Council.
Thank you. If we could move on to the paper that you referred to a couple of times about the construction of the Red Hill.
Just before you do that, Mr. Lewis, we're almost at 4:15.
Yes.
How much longer do you anticipate being?
I wonder if, I think I'll be about 15 more minutes, but I wonder if perhaps we could call it a day. I think that it would be more efficient if I finished off in the morning.
Okay.
And I'll be quite short. I'm just really going to cover one more topic, and it's going to be the just so Mr. Zarowski knows, it'll be about the paper that he referred to, the 2008 TAC paper that he had referred to. And I think that's 15, possibly 20 minutes, but it won't be longer than that.
Okay, I think that makes sense. There's a breakout room for council.
I believe registered, has that been set up? I would like to have a discussion with all council about timing of their questioning tomorrow. And we had asked this afternoon that an all council room be set up. Has that been done? If it hasn't been done yet, we can meet somewhere else.
No worries, Council. I can set it up for you.
Great. So that
Can we excuse Dr. Zarowski?
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a long day for Dr. Zarowski.
Exactly.
We appreciate your testimony. So you're certainly excused. And I think if there's nothing else, Mr. Lewis, that involves the commissioner, I will excuse myself by adjourning until tomorrow morning at 9:30. And I'll leave council to their discussion in the breakout room.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ludimir.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you.
Tomorrow.